How the frick are we doing? I'm not muted, right? It is so good to see you guys. Welcome back. We are back on... Honestly, I wasn't sure what to do today. I was having a toss-up, but something was telling me not to play BO4. So I don't know if, like, that was, like, a premonition and I was gonna, like, die in a car crash if I did or something. But, we're here on Dark Souls 3 today. We're back with this. Also, Dark Elite. With the 9 months. That is crazy, actually. Time is a vortex, okay? And it's very interesting that when you're a kid, you're like, dude, time goes so freaking slow. How are we barely through the, like, school year, right? You're like, dude, I've been here a whole year. You look and you're like 2 months into school. As an adult, it's like you can't slow down time, bro. Like, it's like it just keeps going. Without your will. Like, you have no say. You know? It's interesting. But yeah, no, we're here today. I'm kind of excited. We're getting very close to the end. Hello, little Gathmath! 13 months, chat. That's how long a baby takes, right? I guess, depending on any issues you may incur in the relationship. But thank you so much for Gasmaster for the tier 3 sub. 13 months, chat. Also, guys, we are finally, actually for real, planning the trip to Low Gas Mask. I'm just waiting back on confirmation from, like, one guy on when we're doing something, because I'd already planned a little thing this summer. Not like a big thing, but it just would interfere, you know, with the Gas Mask trip. So just waiting back on that, and then we will book some tickets and get me out there, get ready for all the IRL content. We'll go do mall interviews and it'll be great. 9 months as well. Yeah, honestly, I'm surprised how many people we have at, like, substantial times at this point. You know what? I never bought a torch. So we're gonna get the, like, blood maggots on us. Sorry, Dark. Oh, we just thought you wouldn't want to go. Can you name 5 guns in Borderlands 2? There's the, the Unkept Herald. The pimp something. Oh, I'm spacing it. Why am I spacing it? Not Kevin Spacey? Not that, but the Pimper Hab, that gun. Yeah. I like that one. So the Herald, the Pimper Hab, the Flacker. There's the Sandhawk. Chad, is there more guns than that? Chad, is there anything more than that? Ah, that's true. I used up all the torch time. GG, bro. Yeah, I've been wanting to for a while. I just haven't had someone to be my cameraman. But, I want to go to the mall. Be sure to steal this idea and do it before I can. I want to go to the mall. How do we already have 9 S's plus 2? This game's so freaking easy, bro. Go to the mall with Logasm Mask. and then it'll be like, yo, for $5, name this character, and it's Krieg every time. And if they can get it like sort of right, I'll give them like $1, you know? They're like, that's Psycho from Borderlands. Be like, yeah, here's $1, buddy. And then like get more obscure as they go. You know, it's like for $5, name this character, and it starts with Krieg. So it starts with one that I think a lot of people honestly won't get, right? Like, he's not obscure, but he's a little bit. Oh my gosh! Joe, with the frickin' 80. I'm so sorry you have to work. I did see that in YouTube chat, but thank you for repeating it. I'm very sorry you must work today. I apologize. I told your employer, I was like, hey, don't let him off the hook today. Also, now we're covered in maggots, so that's pretty cool. Anyway, and then it'll be like, yo, for $5, who is this? And then it's like, next question, if they get the Krieg one right, it's either A, goes further in depth, and it's like, for another $5, name a capstone ability. And they're like, no kill like overkill. And it's like, for Krieg, buddy. And they're like, execute. It's like, alright. Well, you actually just lost $5. You have to pay me $5 now for royalties for that interview. Yeah, I'm just styling on that guy. I mean, it's kind of nothing at all. Also, chat, the build we decided on, we're going to do fist weapons only this whole playthrough, which, like, was incredibly forced, in the sense that they specifically told me other builds to do, and I really fought for this one because I thought it would be fun, and I'm not going to lie, it is. I think there's something really fun in games when you do something that you shouldn't be able to do, you know? So for instance, like, in this game, you're really not supposed to be able to, like, just armor and tank and poise through everything, and yet you can with certain builds, like the fist build. And like for instance, in DS3, like a challenge run where like you have fun and enjoy the game the whole time, because that's normally like not very possible. With the extra 200 bits, thank you for your own frickin', you've created the hype train at this point. I know there's 2 subs, but like low-key you kind of are carrying this thing. The booze nozzle, that's the one, is that the ruby? Or something? Rubby? Can I get the emerald? Let's go buy a torch, I suppose. Chat, I know you can't see it because it's all hidden under my headphones. But I'm telling you, once my hair gets to a certain length, it creates like a physical sensation that I just don't like at all. So I scheduled a haircut, which is good. But low-key, I might come out chopped, we'll see. Even if I trust the, like, hairstylist or whatever, I'm like, yeah, no, they're gonna mess me up today. This'll be the day that they're just like, yeah. I saw what you said on your YouTube channel. Low-key, I'd go buzzcut. We can also get the shield ring, which is kind of useless in this game. Like, it's better in... Well, I don't know. It's not horrible. You know what? Let's buy it. Time to go bald. I guess we going bald. Thank you for the heavy gem. Oh, actually, hold on. Let this cook. So, put on this. Also, guys, underrated aspect. 2 fist weapons. Very light weaponry. Okay, so my current damage is 177. I could use this. I think I only have 1. And then we can infuse this MF. Because I forgot about that heavy gem. Although, is it already refined? I think we already made it refined. Hold. Yeah. But it's called skilled. Do I have another refined gem somewhere? No, and I don't know where to find them. However, we have so much strength in the current moment that if it was a considerable increase in damage, I would do it. Heavy gem would make it 191. That's not... What?
Be careful with it.
How? Okay. I don't feel like that's worth it, but... Reverse mohawk, racing stripe down the middle of the head. That's actually a really good idea. Thank you, man.
Goodbye.
Thank you for your epic idea. Chat, should I get into YouTuber boxing? I think so. Wait, do we actually have a bone shard? Low key. Okay, so that's kind of crazy, actually. By the time you're at the chapel, you have access to 10 Estus flasks plus 3. The sideways mohawk. I'll look like a like SSX tricky character or something. Guys, I can't tell you how sad it makes me that Night Rain will not receive any more updates. Like, every time I play it now, I'm like, what's the point, bro? What's the point? It's dead. There's nothing, but it's just so fun. And I would happily pay hundreds of dollars for them to make more content. I truly would. No more updates, no. Supposedly. They are pretty confident in no more DLCs, for sure. Like, maybe, you know, like a hot fix here and there. In fact, I ran into the one update ever where it was like, all right, let's play this game. And then they were like, this was last night. And it was like, yeah, we're conducting server maintenance. So, and it specifically tells you just log off the game. It's like, bro, don't do that to me. I want to play your game. But one, you stop with the content. And two, you are telling me, quoted, log off. It's like, dude, why do you do this? Why do you do this? It's still very fun. I still recommend it, Astolfo, but it's very sad. And once you know that something is no more, it almost... Oh, hey, the skip, dude! I didn't know about this skip. Hold on. Once you know something's, like, done, it makes it kind of less enticing, you know, to do. Especially when it's a live service type game. And I know that, like... I mean, Night Rain's not live service, but it's definitely built in the format of live service. But it's like, you know... Please don't knock me off of the ledge. Hold on, I got Lloyd's Talisman. Also, by the way, chat, only Dark Souls 2 has ganks. Never mind that the moment I turn that corner, there's going to be a little dude that instantly commits death on me. You know what I've been noticing, chat? Okay, so I was saying it the entire DS2 playthrough. I was like, Elden Ring is Dark Souls 2, right? And then I've been playing a lot of Night Rain and base game Elden Ring recently. It's literally the same game, and every single problem other than ADP that people have with Dark Souls 2 is exemplified in Elden Ring. It's all worse in Elden Ring, dude. Like, they talk about the ganks all the time, the ambushes, the DS2 ambushes, right? It is 1,000 times worse in Elden Ring, bro. Because in Elden Ring, they'll just... like, so many of them are things where you literally could not know until it happens. And that's kind of the design philosophy of Elden Ring, honestly. There's so many boss attacks in Elden Ring where it's like you would have had no way to have possibly known what it was going to do before they've actually done it. And so many things where it's like there's the giant fire breath attack on one of the dragons in Night Rain, who's also in Elden Ring, obviously. But he, I wanted to go for a jumping attack there. Hold on. And up till this point, it's shown you that you will pretty much just die if you get hit by the fire. But he covers the entire arena with fire for like 5 seconds straight, and the floor hurts you, and the breath attack hurts you itself. You can just roll through it. You just have full invincibility if you mash roll. And it's like, that doesn't even make sense, and I'm mad that that works. I'm mad at that attack because I don't like the attack in the first place because it feels impossible to dodge. But I'm extra mad at the fact that why can I roll through lava on the ground? Who's texting me, by the way? No, but literally, like, Elden Ring is horrible. Like, I love the game, but it's also, like, so bad in so many ways. there's this part in Stormvale where there's a bunch of explosive barrels in a corner and an enemy hidden around the corner to where you cannot see them. They make no noise at all, so you cannot see or hear them until you get up to distance where like you could roll to break the barrels, and then it instantly explodes the barrels and will likely kill you. Dark Souls 2 has too many ganks, bro. Dark Souls 2's enemies are so bad. And then you've got the horrible hitboxes of attacks in Elden Ring, and like I knew it was bad, but then I watched a video last night, and it's like it's actually insane with how bad some of those hitboxes are. And it's like, what are we talking about with DS2? And then you look at bosses like Margit, where it's like, because with DS2, it's like, dude, every boss just delays their attacks. It's so cheap. Back in, believe it or not, guys, back in 2014, delayed attacks were like, this is a very cheap attack. This is kind of bad gameplay design. And then now in Elden Ring, it's like, bro, it's so good, bro, because then you can never know when to dodge. It's like, oh yeah, that's really good. I like that, actually. Thank you for that. Also, sorry, I'm ranting. Long time no see. Not super long time no see. I mean, you know, it's been like a week no see. No clue why I missed Thursday, but Saturday I was at a cool car show. Hey, nice. Well, I hope you enjoyed your car show. Never feel obligated to show up here. I'm always happy to see you, though. I really am. Every day that you guys show up makes me happier, okay? And each one of you that shows up increases that happiness level by at least a single percentage each. Also, Saint welcome. Began playing BL4 again. For one, happy the optimization got better. You know, that's kind of true. It definitely has gotten better. I still complain about it because it's still... I think what's annoying about it is it shouldn't be an issue in the first place, right? It's just that game designers do not know how to optimize now because we gave up using techniques that are decades old that, like, fixed optimization. Okay, so that guy drops down after the fact, by the way. But, like, we've had optimization techniques that have been around for decades that developers just no longer want to do. But anyway, rest that message. Having fun again, just doing my own silly little thing, your own little goofy thing, and enjoying the game for what it is. Haven't played the new DLC, though. I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, I really like the new DLC. It's classic BL4, where it's like, wow, this was really close to being, like, perfect, and then they blew it. But it's still a good DLC. I do recommend it. And I know I've already talked about the price many times, and I'm not a Gearbox shill for the record, but asking $30 base price for it is kind of insane. I will be honest. But if you put it into perspective of the fact that the game wants you to buy the Super Deluxe, and if you intend on playing the game for any extended amount of time and intend to play the DLCs, you really should be getting the Super Deluxe Edition anyway. I feel like that with any game. Like, if I was going to be playing Dark Souls 3, you know, and I knew that I was going to buy all the DLCs and wanted to enjoy it, then I would just buy the Season Pass version, you know? So then I save a significant amount of money. But the point is, if you buy the game, just based off the content that they've said they'll put out, not sure if they'll continue in 2027 at all, but just based off of the 2026 year or roadmap, with the Super Deluxe Edition, the full story DLCs with character involved are $15 each, and then the headhunters are all $6. And I don't know about you, but I would say $15 for a full story pack with a DLC character is pretty good, considering. Look back at Borderlands 2. Chat, I didn't realize this. I forgot about this. Gage the Necromancer released for $10. Yeah, Dark Souls is definitely a controller game. You can certainly play them with keyboard and mouse, but I don't know. It's a overall worse experience. But there are plenty of people. Mick has like 500 hours on Elden Ring exclusively on keyboard and mouse. So I guess you just got to be better. What if I just kill this MF? Nah, I'll pass. Chat, why is it that I can sleep 8 hours a day and still feel tired all the time? Yeah, I heard that the like bottom line for performance has gone significantly better. Like the top end pretty much it just fixed crashes, so like they haven't done much for a player like me. The performance still feels the same. Joestar with a 10. Thank you. Tired of being tired. True. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Yeah, so for someone like me, I've noticed a very slight increase in performance, but I'm thinking about going into my INI files and like messing with all that stuff, turning off anything at all rough. Dark Souls 2 has so many ambushes. Here's a bunch of enemies hidden in corners. But yeah, no, I've heard that on like the low end, it went from like unplayable to playable. So that's good. Bought base game of BL4, wasn't sure I'd be able to run it. I decided to keep it, and now I've spent at least another 90 for DLC after already spending the 70 for base game. I don't understand why they don't allow you to upgrade the version. I heard about that. That is very stupid that you can't. It is very stupid. I don't like any of the pricing stuff, honestly. And I think people are like thinking that I'm saying, oh, $30 for this DLC is actually an amazing price. Like, no. Or saying like, you need to buy the Super Deluxe because Randy told you. But it's like, that's just like the only way to make the game make sense financially if you plan on playing it all. True, it is the quality of sleep. I'm like dealing with a situation where I really want to like invest in a good bed, but also I can't invest in a good bed right now. Just because like, not necessarily because like money wise, but like time wise. Just like the timeline of things, because I need to wait, and I'm like, bro. So I'm just having to put up with like my kind of crappy one or the floor, and the floor's great. I've been sleeping on the floor for a couple years now. Right, actually, that's crazy. I think I'm like coming up on 2 years of like sleeping on the floor for at least 50% of the time. But I get really tired of sleeping in the same position every night. So if I sleep on the floor every single night, I get to the point where I can no longer fall asleep on the floor. You know? Dark Souls 2 has too many ambushes. Here's an enemy far into the deepest corner of the ceiling that you can't even see if you look straight up, by the way. And I'm not even necessarily complaining about this or complaining about the Elden Ring ambushes. Actually, the Elden Ring ones are pretty bad. But I'm not even like necessarily complaining about those. I'm complaining about the fact that nobody complains about it in the other games, but they all complain about it in DS2. Chat, I'm telling you, DS2 is actually, it has a hate mob against it, okay? DS2 did nothing wrong. DS2 from the start has always been a good game. And all of the issues that persist within DS2, other than ADP, persist in the other games. And the issues that don't persist in the other games, like ADP, can be negated if you spend the first 15 levels into it, which is literally equivalent to maybe Last Giant and Dragon Rider. And that doesn't even include your starting class. That's assuming that you have like the worst starting class of all time. We are Longfinger Kirk. Like if you have the absolute worst like ADP, if you play as the bandit who has I think 4 ADP and 3 attunements, so your agility is the absolute lowest it can go. It'll only show 85, but I think it's technically lower than 85. For him, it's like 15 levels before it locks in. But then on other characters, like if you... Who is it? Someone starts with 14 ADP. And it's like, if you start with 14, you are literally so fine. Like, oh no. You are so goated. Because that's spend 5 levels early game. Kill the last giant 1 time. Is this guy getting cooked, chat? We need more stamina for sure. But yes, he is getting cooked. That is the answer to that question. Just make your room really, really cold. Honestly, I wish I could. I was thinking about again, one of those like big like window ACs. But the thing is, I kind of want them in both my rooms. The problem is, right? Our house is a very old house. And the windows do not insulate. And so in the summer, especially like the upstairs portion of the house, gets really, really warm, and I'm in the upstairs. But it's better than no AC, you know? Because I'd rather have it be 100 degrees outside, but I have AC, than like 80 degrees, but no AC. See an empty room with an item on the other side of the room, you should expect something. That is true, but like so many of the ganks are actually so bad. And then, no. And then people will be like, the gank fights in Dark Souls are stupid. They'll say like the Royal Rat Authority is a horrible boss because they have the toxic rats. Dude, one of the first bosses in Elden Ring, like it's a catacomb in the Weeping Peninsula. You fight the Watchdog Guardian, and there's 4 imps in the room, and the imps have the worst moveset of all time because they have delayed attacks, they have dash attacks that you have almost no time to react to, and every time you get close to them, they backstep. I was about to crash out at that because I was like, this is just horrible, bro. It's horrible, and nobody complains about it. They're like, Elden Ring so peak, DS2 so bad. It's like, I don't remember the Royal Rat Authority being like this, okay? Okay, those dogs just run up to you and kind of just stand at you, okay? Versus the imps, who also have armor, by the way. It's so bad. It is so bad. Every game does this, but it's only hated in DS2. And it's glazed in Elden Ring, and in Elden Ring, it's so bad. Yeah, almost... I think in base game Elden Ring, there are 9 bosses that are truly unique and are never reused, Astolfo. Which really puts a damper on it, you know? Like, at first, the first time you see, like, an ulcerated tree spirit, which is the big wormy guy, you're like, oh my gosh, like, this is crazy, what the frick? Like, that's the craziest boss. I can't believe that was the first boss. I can't wait to see what's next. And then, by, like, your 18th ulcerated tree spirit, you're like, really, dude? How many of these things can they put in the frickin' game, man? It's like Miyazaki said to him, like, hey, we need 170 bosses. They're like, sir, we only have, like... Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much for the 10 bits. He's praised because Mikla is putting spells on people. I wouldn't be surprised if next week you started praising it, too. It's true. Actually, hold on. It's a really good point. Yeah, no, it was like, hey, we need 145 bosses or whatever. They're like, Miyazaki, we only have 30. It was like, we'll just copy paste them, man. But won't that get tiring? Make this one do Scarlet Rot. Make this one have a worse hitbox than the last one. One of the major complaints of DS2 was having a bunch of bosses, and yet Elden Ring has over 100. Yeah. I will say, I love DS2 to death, okay? It genuinely might be my favorite FromSoft game. I don't know, okay? It's always a contender. Every time I play DS1, I'm like, this might be the best game ever made. Every time I play DS2, I'm like, this might be the best game ever made. Every time I play DS3, I'm like, DS1 or 2 might be the best game ever made. But I will say the quality of bosses in DS2 is kind of all over the place. But it does have some of the most peak fights of all time. But that's also Elden Ring. Hold on. What am I saying? I'm like acting like that's a con for the game. Literally, look at Elden Ring. No. Because Elden Ring will be like, here's Malekith, the coolest fight of all time, right? Very tough fight, but like very cool fight. One of my favorites. And then in the same vein, they'll be like, here's Mad Pumpkinhead. And you're like, thank you so much, Skull Coffee, for the follow. I hope you're enjoying this stream. It's like, here's Mad Pumpkinhead. Like, okay, that was really freaking lame, but surely it can't get worse than that. And then later in the game, it's like, oh boy, what are we gonna get? What's the boss fight? Mad Pumpkinhead Duo. So you took a normal enemy, increased his size, and called it a boss. Nice. That's pretty cool, actually. That's very inventive, very creative. of you. Yeah, it see, you have to play Elden Ring differently, right? Because like with the Souls games, it's like, man, I wanna kill every boss. Like this is gonna be so fun. Elden Ring, you just have to put yourself into the mindset of I'm going to purposely skip 90% of the content. And then like once you realize that catacombs only get you spirit summon stuff like 95% of the time, it's like, well, I guess I have no reason to do these ever again unless I just really want my jellyfish plus 28. But the thing is, if you use a spirit summon, then that means you're actually bad at the game and you are looked down upon on the community. Now, hear me out, chat. Imagine being the guy. That gets me to 182. That also gets me to 182. Imagine being the kind of guy where you're like, hey, I think I'm going to play a magic build. And look at my soul count. Look at my soul count. Look in the bottom right at my soul count. Chat. Please just look at my soul count, bro. If you're the kind of guy in Elden Ring where you're like, I want to use a magic build. Magic looks fun. Oh, a jellyfish. Let me summon this mid-fight. You are immediately like looked down upon as just lesser than. TBH. I've never played Dragon's Dogma. I've heard... What exactly is that game about? Like, if you were to give a synopsis of, like, the gameplay and everything, what would it be? Because I've heard of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it. Or seen anything about it. Also, I've got this nerve going from my hand all the way up to my neck that hurts. So that's pretty cool. Drop that in the comment section if you know. Bad Dick Guy, welcome! Every YouTube comment section, Moonblade, and especially, oh, chat, the Souls Reddit. Don't ever look up how to fight a boss on Reddit because it'll be like a post from someone, hey, I'm really having trouble with this boss. It feels kind of unfair the way that they have 1 frame attacks and the other ones are delayed by 100 seconds and every attack one-shots me at 40 vigor. And then the community will be like, especially on Reddit, they'll be like, you need to play better and dodge? Like, thank you, man. You're really useful. Like, Elden Ring advice will be like, it'll be like, oh, how do I fight this boss? Roll the attacks and hit it when you can. Thank you, man. That's really informative. I didn't know that. But now I do. Now that you said that, I get it now. It is the #1 Soulsborne streamer. No, chat, I was talking to Mick the other day, and he addressed me as the Dark Souls 2 streamer. And I was like, wait, maybe we've saved the channel. Guys, okay. You know, like, when people reach out and, like, DM me about stuff where it's like, hey, could you do this thing in the Discord? Could you do X thing over here? Could you, like, give shout out to this thing? Could you help with this, like, GoFundMe, whatever? I'm like, yeah, sure. But someone the other day DM'd me on Discord and asked, I'm sorry if you're here, but they asked if I could, because they were being threatened with a copyright strike on like a Sonic animation, and they asked if I could upload it to my channel to bait the guy into copyright striking my channel, so then he'll get reported for copyright striking so many channels and he'll get his channel banned. I was like, why do you think that a like lowly 40,000 sub Borderlands 2 channel who has never gone out of the niche other than for 1 paid video and like 1 YouTube short, why would he upload a video that you're saying is actively being copyright struck to fight your cause of an animation you did? Yeah, Mage too hard. You got too much intelligence, bro. It hurts my head. You guys know in Fallout 1, in the original Fallout, if you spec 0 intelligence, you physically cannot understand anyone. And I think that's really awesome. I think that's actually fire. And I wish more games would do that. That's what I don't like about current Bethesda. I mean, it's way better for a casual audience. It's low-key Borderlands 4, where I think Borderlands 4 is better for a casual audience than like a lot of the other Souls games, or the other Borderlands games. But with the old Fallout games and the old Elder Scrolls games, it was very punishing for what you did, your actions, even down to just like, oh, I didn't, you know, get these skills. It was very punishing, and it would lock you out of doing certain things where it's like, no, I'm literally not smart enough to even do this side quest. And I miss that. Now it's like, oh, you're not smart enough? Well, we found it. There's a cheat way. And now it's more of like an Easter egg. It'll be like, oh, if you're smart, you get secret dialogue here, right? As for before, it was like, if you're smart, you can actually do the side quests. You physically can't if you're dumb. You could theoretically do that, Moonblade, yeah. Third-person action RPG, story's pretty mad, but the gameplay's pretty good. Strong focus on picking and switching classes, vocations, that each have their own type of gameplay, plus 3 NPC companions that change. So is it sort of like almost like a D&D type game? Like that sort of role-playing game? Bethesda said they were going to release Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah, it's cooking up. It's cooking up. Do you guys think that's going to be good or like the worst experience of all time? Because I'm really not too sure. Less than 3 int? Well, so that's not wrong then that I said if you have 0 int. Because if you have 0, you have less than 3. If it's pain from your hand and neck, that might be muscle dystrophy. Does that mean I'm dying? I think it's just a nerve. I can feel like a physical nerve in there that like sometimes will act up and then sometimes it's totally fine. But then on top of it, like it was already starting to hurt the other day. And then I slept on it very badly. And now I don't like it. Patches, are you there? Oh crap, what did I... Oh, you have to open this door, don't you? You know, I think it's been a long time since I played this game. I think last time I played DS3 was probably like 3 years ago, at least. It's not a game that I often hop on, admittedly. Plus you can climb big monsters like Shadow of the Colossus. Wait, this might be fire. Just start with the 10 bits for the record. 10 weeks left and it's terminal. Yeah, it might just be, bro. Okay, so I guess I went through this in a different way than I normally do, but I thought that you open that gate and then if you go past here, is it because I went to Rosaria early? What triggers patches here? Let me try saying down. Venomous Python, welcome. Why did Spowery just get on Gun Frog? What is that? They're shooting themselves in the foot thinking about ES6. Well, yeah, I don't know. Like, I could see Elder Scrolls 6 being the literal worst game Bethesda's ever made. Or I could see it being the best thing to ever grace planet Earth, you know? You know, I was thinking about it, and Skyrim is interesting because it's like the worst game of all time in a lot of ways. Yeah, I guess you would have to go from the other way. Does he not trigger right here? I guess not. Well, I'll just Homer bone out, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember how to do patches line here. Let's just go back. I also could see it where it's like Starfield, where it's like, I think you just made a Bethesda game. I don't even think you made Skyrim. I think you just made a Bethesda game. I don't get why some people do what they do. Or why some companies do. Like the fact that the Final Fantasy games are locked, or when, I think it was when Persona 5 first came out, it was like you can't upload anything to YouTube and you can't stream the game. It was like... Doesn't that mean that people can no longer look at the game before purchasing it to figure out if they want to buy it in the first place? and that means that anyone that's not a part of the series, like I never played the Persona games, so I wasn't particularly interested to begin with, but the fact that I wasn't able to see anything about the game made it further solidified that, well, I'm not interested in the game because I know nothing about the game because there's no gameplay available, because the company doesn't want there to be gameplay online. And maybe it's like a 200 IQ move, but like, I don't see it, you know? But maybe that's because I'm not 200 IQ. That's fair. You know, I wouldn't be horribly opposed to a FromSoft game that's similar to Elden Ring, Night Rain, in the sense of like you have preset characters that you can build upon. It's honestly actually really interesting. I thought that I wasn't going to like that, but no, it's actually insanely good. And I think Night Rain without it would kind of not be that good. Starfield was supposed to be exactly what Todd wanted to make for like 20 years. And it died basically instantly. Good job, good job, Todd. What's the community consensus about Todd Howard? Because like Randy, right? Like Randy Pitchford is just like, the consensus is Randy bad. But like, what is it for Todd? Do people like Todd? Gage main son or BL3 player daughter? Probably BL3 daughter. It depends on like what level actually of like BL3 player. Are we like BL3 player like, hey, yeah, this is my favorite Borderlands game? Or are we BL3 player like, yeah, this is my favorite Borderlands game. By the way, Borderlands 2, you need the B shield and the Sandhawk in order to do anything in UBHM. Because if we're talking that, then I'll take the Gage main son. Pretty much you're asking, do I want Stereo Lotus or K6 as a child? And that's a tough one, you know? K6 type BL3 player? I guess the Gage main. No hate against K6, chat.
Dude, Dark Souls 2 gank fights are crazy, bro.
This game literally has like 20 enemies in this arena. Crazy. Todd is our Lord and Savior? Okay. It just works, I guess. It just works. Wait, watch this. Can I just poise through and just beat this guy to death with hammers? Being my hands. That's what I call my hands hammers because they're just built like that. And they're used to nail your mom. Okay, did I just freaking get him? Hey! No, wait, he just healed. Am I about to die to deacons? Hold on. Lock it. Oh, they're healing! Chat, this is the most broken boss in the game. They gotta nerf this guy.
The soul of the Deacons of the Deep.
Yeah, Moonblade, you're not a parry fan. I will say I don't like that in DS1 when you can parry bosses like Gwyn, it literally just makes the boss like useless. Prowling Magus, but worse. True. Because it's in the worst game. True. Good point. Good point. All right, we hit the end of this dead end. Time to go to the next area. Mostly positive for Todd. Well, that's good.
Very well, then taken.
Do I want more damage? I feel like it's time that we get more health and more endurance.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Chat, if this was DS2, I would have leveled up 18 times right there, by the way. Saying.
Oh, that is just coughing into. Oh.
Huh? Brother. We could get the Cleric's Candlestick. This thing's kind of fire. It's called the Cleric's Candlestick, regardless of it being for an intelligence character, but it requires faith to use, and its special art is that it gives you a light. There's a light, so that's pretty cool. But then the thing is, Hydrant, I got you, bro. The actual boss souls themselves in this game are like so useless that It's like, okay, I could use the Crystal Sages for his bad weapons, or I can get like 3,000 souls out of them. The Deacons, at least, are 20k. Posture check. It already wasn't bad, little bro, but okay. Kind of weird of you. We need 400 souls. That's the large soul of unknown traveler or whatever it's called in this game. And then what was up with that, chat? Why were they like, we gotta change the name of the souls? Why'd they do that? So Lair from Dark Souls. Welcome.
Very well, then take it.
It's not my first rodeo on the Souls games, so
Farewell, Ashen One.
we did all of DS1, 2, and 3. DS1 was very easy because 1, I'm the most acclimated with that game. That's the one I know the best. I know it like the back of my hand, but both my hands were blown off in Nom. That one was fine. And then DS2, I think we ended the game at 89 deaths because we did all bosses, all content. And I had actually, out of all my DS2 playthroughs, I had almost 700 hours going into that. And I realized that I had never fought multiple of the DLC bosses. But that was all good. And then we're on DS3, which is like, DS3 is weird because on one hand, it's kind of like the hardest of the games. And then on the other hand, it's kind of like the easiest of the games. I don't know. Karuk, welcome. So good to see you. Did you ever play Black Ops 1 Kino der Toten by yourself? Yeah, and it terrified me as a child. I was like, this is a horror game, dude. But I also have done that more recently as well. Guys, Kino... dude, okay, hear me out. Kino der Toten is the Infinity from BL2. It literally is. You've got the one group of people that says, this is the worst ever. This map's not even worth playing, okay? Play any other map, this map's not worth playing. Then you've got the other group that says, this is the #1 zombies map ever created. And same with the Infinity. You've got half that are like, this is best gun because infinite damage per magazine. And then on the other hand, you've got the people that say, this is the worst gun, it does no damage, and an anarchist is better, right? But then you've got the niche of people who's like, you know what? The Infinity is fun to use, but it's not the best weapon. And the Kino der Toten is a fun map, but it's nowhere near the best. And that's where I fit it. Straight Demon is the best or worst of them, because while most bosses in Souls kind of suck, the Straight Demon gives either Boulder Heave or Havel's Ring. Both are goated. True, actually. That is always a significant toss-up for me. You know, it's kind of sad what they did to Flynn's Ring in this game. Like, Flynn's Ring was broken in DS2. The fact that it's just based off your vitality, not your actual, like, what you have equipped, was really broken. I think I stagger him here. With one more. No! The fact that it was based off of your actual, just, like, max stat and not what you have equipped was really broken because it meant that you just got 50 bonus damage at all times. But in this game, it's so bad. I would have to take off all of my armor to make it give me, like, anything of use. Also, you like how they were like... They're like, look, Dark Souls 1, interconnected world. Look, shortcut. Chat, have you ever used this shortcut, unironically, other than, like, the first time you opened it? And you're like, oh, this is cool. Because why would you need that shortcut? Theoretically, the only way I would see that shortcut being used is if you were going from the bonfire up by Henri down to that to go through to the boss, but there's a bonfire there. You would never use it to go back unless you just want to kill the Black Knight. Maybe if you want to farm the Black Knight, that's a good shortcut, I guess. Wait, am I crazy, or is Atonement, like, actually kind of useful? PB round 25 solo. Was that on Black Ops 1 or Black Ops 3? I recently hit, and by recently, I mean, like, sometime last year, I got 63 on Black Ops 3 Kino. Or might have been 62. I'll say it was 62, even though it might have been 63. No, Atonement is not what I was thinking. There's some dark magic that, like, gives you damage negation, and I don't remember what it is. But yeah, 62, Kino, Black Ops 1, I was pretty happy with that. I also had got into 63 on Moon, and I was ready to go up to, like, round 80. And then my computer crashed, because that's at a time that my power supply was giving out. I was like, all right, well, That sucks. And since it crashed, it's like, it's not even on my leaderboards. It doesn't show I ever played that game. So I have no proof. See, I've got a love-hate for Ascension. I kind of always have, because Ascension, the thing I don't like about it is that it's easy, and I don't like the monkeys. But at the same time, I'm very aware of the fact where it's like, well, don't the monkeys make it so there's like actually something else in the map other than just like being wide open spaces to train in? It's like, that's true, but they're annoying though. Though I will say, in solo, the monkeys are actually not that bad, and in 4-player, the monkeys are not that bad. But the game is kind of specific in that if you have 2 players or 3 players, the monkeys are bad because you can't control everything. But in solo, you can open the map in a way where, and follow a strat, there's always the same amount of monkeys, and you can tell where they're gonna go. Pretty much what you do is you start off the round by doing the fire trap over kind of by pack-a-punch. That will kill any monkey that's headed over to mule kick or speed because of the way that they pad. Hold on. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the follow.
Was that Rotor Flamingo?
Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the stream. But yeah, you activate that trap, then you run over to PhD, and it's like, if you see the monkeys running over there, then you're like good, and then you go to stamina up, I think. If they're not running there, then you have to go check quick jug. I don't know. I don't remember. And then there's also Dead of Nuclear Winter in the Black Ops 3 version, which is nice. I feel like this is really loud right now. Am I crazy? Is it really loud right now? But yeah, there is ways. But the thing is, on 2-player, that changes because there's significantly more monkeys, and they'll spawn from different locations. Because in solo, they'll only spawn, I think it's they only spawn at 2 locations, and will only activate 2 perks. And then those will kind of randomize each round. So you can deal with it. In 2-player, you have significantly more monkeys, and they'll go to different perk missions. As where in 4-player, it's like, okay, I can just protect everything because I can just protect everything. Let me...
Oh,
Wait, watch this. Persevere. You know, I'm not a huge fan of the fact that... Maybe it's just the music. Is this boss music just absurdly loud? I'm not a huge fan of that in DS3. You can just... spam the roll button. I really wasn't thinking about timing on any of the rolls I did. And it just worked. Hello, Ajax. Welcome, Ajax. I did... Yeah, we just got done killing the deacons, which weren't too bad. I mean, it's the deacons, you know. But yeah, we're currently doing this run. We had just done DS1 recently, and then DS2 as well. And shout out DS2, peak game, absolute peak experience. And yeah, we did Dark Souls 1 with the Great Club, because that's what people chose. Dark Souls 2 we did with... Oh, we did with the Santier Spear, because that was requested. Which might be my favorite weapon now, or at least one of them. And then we're doing Fist only for this playthrough. Let's get more health.
Farewell, Ashen.
I believe this guy will now give us the ring for FP cost. Wait, that actually would be crazy. Hold on. Does he give that here? He does. Although, I don't... Let's see. So, reduce FP skill consumption. Currently, it takes 7, and that gets shown properly through this. I'm down to 65. If I put on that ring and then pop it again, it's down to 59. So that reduced 1 FP. All right, so let's get rid of that, I guess. Put back on Lloyd's shield ring, I guess. Yeah, I would imagine deacons in a run where like you don't do a ton of damage is probably just like really annoying, right? Oh, you know what? Shout out Fair and Greatsword. We're not getting you. Oh wait, no. I forgot. I just still haven't gotten that because I was holding on to hope that someone would tell me to use the Vort's Great Hammer. So, Okay, and then we can't level up anymore. No. I don't think we have any shards. All right, let's go to the catacombs. You know, I never thought about it, but this isn't honestly an incredibly long game if you're not dying all the time. But that's kind of true of all of them. DS1, I've realized, is like, it's so short. DS1 is like what it's like to be 5'11", and DS2 is what it's like to be 6 foot, you know? Is there anything in the catacombs that I actually want? There's a Titanite lizard down below, right there. There's Henri. Ugh. I guess for the quest, bro. Although I have no reason to do the Henri quest. I'm doing good, Diego. Yeah, it's mostly a Twitch type day, it appears. That's kind of most days. Anytime that I stream Borderlands 2, just since so many people are subbed for Borderlands 2, then YouTube does fairly well. And then anytime I do literally anything else, YouTube is kind of dead. I forgot it comes back. First playthrough took 2 weeks and second playthrough was 3 days. Yeah. It gets significantly quicker. It's crazy though. I kind of wish that I could go back and like do my first playthrough of these games again, you know? But that will just unfortunately never happen until I get hit on the head and get amnesia.
May the flames guide thee. I lost my dearest,
Whatever his name is. Chat, low-key, why can't you be gay or lesbian in this game, huh? That's weird. That's weird, huh? Diego, no, I don't know. I don't know. If we do another FromSoft, it'll probably be us doing Demon Souls in like a month or so. But I was just planning on doing the main 3, but then I was like, wait, hold on. I have never finished Demon Souls, so like, what if we did? Also, I guess we're already up here, so let's just get everything. I don't really need it, but... Hey, and this is great too, because skeletons take strike damage. I'm telling you guys, when I feel tired, like, I feel like my lips and tongue don't move properly. You know? And then it makes it hard to, like, talk, and I feel like I'm slurring my words, but I don't know if that's true. And then, sadly, chat, I don't think Elden Ring will be a thing that gets played on this channel. Just because it's, like, too long of an experience. But low-key, is it longer than our DS2 playthrough? Because that was 24 hours. 24 full hours. What we should do, though, we should do a Dark Souls subathon. But not even a subathon. It's just a Dark Souls marathon where I have to beat every game in one day. What do you think? We could also play Sekiro. Last time I streamed Sekiro, though, it was kind of traumatic, so... Maybe not, you know? Also, welcome, Crotolilius. Go to Lilius. Hey, Crot, I want you to know, because I don't do this for everyone, I have your dagger-only video loaded on my 100 tabs on Google, okay? So no promise that I'll watch it, but it's loaded up. It is loaded up. I've never played Demon Souls, no. What is... assuming that was a question, Diego. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking about that too. Like, with Elden Ring, if you play it properly, you can genuinely make it quicker than DS2, so I don't know. Also, the fact that if I play Elden Ring, it's going to make me look really bad. Because I'm not good at Elden Ring because it's low-key worse than DS2 in every design philosophy. I'm not going to lie. Like, Croat, it's so crazy. I was talking about it earlier. It's actually insane. Because everything that DS2 gets ragged on for, Elden Ring gets glazed for. And I'm like, there's something wrong here. Like, I live in the Twilight Zone with DS2, where I'm like, it feels like almost like a group Mandela effect when they're like, dude, the ganks are so bad, bro. But luckily they fixed them in the later games. It's like, am I living in a different world than you? Because I'm pretty sure the ganks are worse. And the gank fights are significantly worse. Yo, shout out to Dark Lurker, though. Hold on. That's my goat right there. Wait, the Karthus Milk Ring. Is that the one that gives dexterity or more rolling? Karthus boost dexterity and obscures rolling. Let's see. What's so funny is that this gives me more damage, by the way, from just giving me 3 dex than the Flynn's Ring would get until I took off, like, literally all of my armor with the Cestus, which is one of the lightest weapons in the game. But the Castus. I remember getting invaded here when I was younger. I was playing with my friend. And we killed the invader with exclusively the crossbow trap. Because he just kept walking into it. It was very funny. Absolutely adore DS2 game is the best build diversity in the series. Absolutely true. I guess, okay, I will be fair. You could argue that Elden Ring has more, okay? But that said, it's more fun in DS2. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I don't like about Elden Ring? No, chat, I'm telling you. Everything that people complain about in DS2 is just more true in Elden Ring. Like, literally everything, right? Even, I'm thinking about it, even ADP, okay? Because it's like, oh, you have to level up ADP. I don't want to have to spend my levels. I want to be forced to spend my levels. Chat. Elden Ring is genuinely the only game where if you are not constantly leveling up your vigor, you are actively screwed. Because every time that you level up your vigor, you're like, thank goodness this boss doesn't one-shot me anymore. And then the next boss will immediately one-shot you. And you're like, I guess I need more. Or I need to play better. Which is fair. But I'm telling you, bro, I feel like I have no money to spend in Elden Ring because it costs so much. Bosses get so little. And it's the only of the Souls games where I'm like, we need vigor, bro. And I think that's because a lot of the things in Elden Ring are, no offense, Elden Ring players, are kind of a lot cheaper. You know? Also, we can level up one time. Let's go back. Hey, but Elden Ring brought back leveling up at the bonfire. Shout out. Hello, Hexy, welcome. Because with... I don't know. I think it's because, like, even late game, like in DS1, 2, and 3, I mean, like, look at my health. I've got a very considerable amount, even though I'm only at 25. So I don't even think late game bosses would one-shot me at this point. So it's like, I can actually fight back. But with Elden Ring, they are not afraid to just be like, this boss literally one-shots you. And on top of that, here's the one-shot attack that's going to hit you. He goes, I'm good. I'm gonna... Like, how was I supposed to do that, man? And then the Elden Ring players, the DS2 haters will be like, dude, delayed attacks are so cheap, bro. It's just cheap. It's just like, it just gets in your head and that's all there is to it. And then Elden Ring players will be like, bro, that's the difficulty, man. It's the fact that you never know what's coming on. Just dodge, bro. Bro, just dodge. And then, no, and then they'll do that, right? And then here's what they do half the time. So many of the enemies in Elden Ring do this. They'll be like, oh, I'm gonna get you. And they just hit you with a, like, left hook. And you're like, that's not even what you telegraphed. You telegraphed a different attack. And then the hitboxes don't make any sense in Elden Ring. And every single boss has a giant AoE scream. And almost every time, the tell to that scream is them standing still for 0.5 seconds. Like, the Grafted Scion has a scream attack that does damage. If you're a low level in comparison, it will one-shot you. Okay, you can get one-shot by the scream attack that goes all around him. And literally, his tell is that he'll jump back into place. And you have, like, literally, you would have to have inhuman reactions to recognize that him standing still wasn't his AI or anything. That was him getting ready for a scream. And then you have to perfectly dodge a Scream hitbox, which is giant. But half the time, like there's the Great Red Bear, right? In the DLC and in Night Rain. And he has a Scream attack that does that. And there's visually a circle of where it is, and visually like the sphere of Scream coming out. But if you stand behind him, where you're actively in it, and you're within the ring on the ground, and you're within the Scream radius, you just don't take damage. Okay, like I should have gotten hit there, because you are visually telling me that I will get hit if I sit in this, but then if I do, I actually don't. In the same way that with dragon fights throughout most of the series, it's like they'll cover the arena with fire, and genuinely what you have to do, like the Ancient Dragon, for instance, in DS2, it's like you have to run away from that attack. Elden Ring introduces dragons that you will not be able to run away from their attack, and instead, when they shoot fire that covers the floor for 5 seconds straight, you just mash roll through it. Like, imagine if in this game, when you're going through the lava, you can just mash roll and you're 100% invincible. You'd go, well, that's stupid. That doesn't make any sense. And that's what Elden Ring does, bro. Nah, and because I'm talking about Elden Ring, I pressed Y to pick up that item, so I didn't get it, and now I'm getting stuck to death, bro. I'm telling you, like, I genuinely, like, I love Elden Ring. I really do. I've 100%ed it. I've got, like, 200 or something hours on it. But man, that game actually has my least favorite boss design in the entirety of the series. And I think that's why in Night Rain, I really like when I get other bosses. But even then, no, my friend just showed me a clip, because it's the friend that I play with. He was playing solo. He was playing against the Centipede Demon, okay? The Centipede Demon goes up and jumps, and he's from here to that pillar. It's a jump attack. There's no visual shockwave. It's just him landing on the ground, and my friend gets hit in one shot from this distance by an attack that doesn't show a shockwave. And it's like, why did they do this? Malekith being the most telegraphed boss. I like Malekith. Malekith I do like as a cool boss. And Placidusax is a decent dragon boss. Like, all things considered, he's not a bad dragon boss. And especially considering, like, Elden Ring dragons. Because, dude, I hate it. They have this move. A lot of the dragons have this move where you'll be attacking it, right? And they fly back while breathing fire. And it's like, I can't move to the sides because I was right under your head. Okay? So, I'm close enough that I cannot move left or right out of the way. I can't run forward to get under your head like every other dragon because you are breathing fire and moving backwards at the same time. And I can't run away because the fire travels across the entirety of the floor. So what do I do? And then you realize, oh, you just roll through the 9 seconds of fire. Obviously, you know how every other case in the game where if you are mashing roll through a damage instance, you will end up getting hit and take damage. Well, not in Elden Ring. Not in Elden Ring. You just mash that baby. And if you mash it hard enough, you'll be good. And then, like, seeing some of the hitboxes in the game, it's weird because Elden Ring has, like, some that are really, really precise and, like, genuinely really good. And then so many where it's like, what were they thinking with this? I don't know how I rolled that, TBH. Hello, no frown. That's only because I'm playing Souls. Whenever I play any of the Borderlands games, we still are hitting good numbers. But yeah, no, all of my viewers, anytime I play anything not Borderlands related, we were just talking about this actually, anytime I play anything not Borderlands related, all of the viewership is on Twitch. So shout out to my Twitch viewers. Oh! It's probably because they got gifted subs and they're like, yeah, I gotta make use of this. Day old milk, welcome. Welcome. Just block the lava, bro. That's, okay, that is Dark Souls 3. But isn't it that in Dark Souls 3 you can block the lava, but only in a certain cardinal direction? But I don't know, chat. I love Elden Ring, but it's a love-hate relationship, man. Every time I play it, I'm like, what the frick were they doing here? What do you think about Bayonetta? You know, I think that she ruined Smash 4. That's what I think. I have never played Bayonetta. It seems like a cool game. I've heard really cool things. I'm just not a huge fan. I'm not a huge fan. Sorry, guys. I'm secretly British, and that came out right there. I'm not a super huge fan of hack and slashes or like DMC type games, and I'm pretty sure it's one of those like style point type games, right? Now, with Elden Ring, it's low-key DS2 in every single way, and one of those ways is that just like DS2, it's like for every bad thing they do, there's also enough good things to make up for it, you know? And the fact that pyromancy, because pyromancy's kind of always been weird, it's always fit into a weird like spot. So I actually really like that with Elden Ring. They were like, this is just the offensive miracles now. It's like, okay, yeah, I actually like that. I'll take that.
DX is British. Where's my refund?
Chat, I'll ask it again. I asked this on one of the last streams. Would you rather have to be friends with a British person or an Australian? That's tough, man. But I'll choose Australian because cashew. What's the point of this invisible wall if you can just get to it from the not invisible wall? Z, be friends with a Scot and boom, baby. Yeah, cashew's passable, you know. Alright, will he go through the wall? He will go through the wall. Will he give me his titanite? He will. He will. Or his fire gem. My bad, bro. Chat, I worked more on my video yesterday. So be excited for that. I really think it's going to be like, it's going to be one of the other of my like most proud videos. So get freaking ready. I almost actually skipped streaming today to, because like low-key it's harder than a 9 to 5, but I almost skipped streaming today to instead just work on that, but then I was like, nah, I'll just postpone the inevitable even further and continue procrastinating that video. Chat, press the wrong one. So as a British person, I would choose Australian. Thank you, man. Thank you. Wow, chat. They copied Dark Souls 1, by the way, with this boss. It's kind of crazy. There we go. The lion fight? Are you talking about the like Shadow of the Earth Tree lion fight? Yeah, he was fine. I've never beat Shadow of the Earth Tree though, I must confess. Because I'm bad. No, it's not even because I'm bad. It's because I had started playing Shadow of the Earth Tree. Oh my goodness, he just whooped him. I started playing Shadow of the Earth Tree and then, I don't know. I don't know, actually. I was just kind of getting bored, I guess. You know, I think more open world games should do it, where the DLCs interconnect to the world. Like, I really, really wish it was like that with BO4. But I'm thinking even like Skyrim. Actually, wait. Where are the DLCs in Skyrim? You've got the Morrowind DLC, which you have to ride a ship over to. I don't remember how you access the other ones, TBH. But I want to see open world games where like the DLC just becomes like a, you know, 1/4 of the entirety of the map or something. Batman Arkham does it. Yeah. I don't know. I think that'd be really cool. And I think like with BO4, it genuinely would add so much to the experience. I don't know. You know what I don't like that FromSoft does? With every DLC release, they're like, here's a hard game. And every time I play them, I'm like, man, this is kind of like perfect, bro. Like, I love this difficulty. Like, it's hard. It's super challenging, kind of frustrating, but like, I'm getting used to it. Then every time they release a DLC, they're like, oh, you like hard game? How about make it harder? It's like, okay. And then it's kind of a slippery slope, you know? It's sort of like a Mortal Kombat fatality. Once they've hit a certain shock value with the fatality, they can't go down anymore, but then it makes you numbed out to all of it, right? It used to be like with Mortal Kombat 9, you'd see someone get shredded in half, and it's like, oh my gosh, they did that, bro. Like, there's no way. I need 1,300 souls.
Farewell, me.
Oh my goodness, chat. You know what I just realized? Hold on. Look at this, chat. Look at this. And it's the same thing with difficulty in games. Once a FromSoft game has hit a certain difficulty, they can't make the DLC easier because people will complain. They can't make the next game easier because people will complain. Chat, we get the Demon Fist, which I've used probably a combined total of 1 times in my life. But I do need intelligence. I'm too dumb. Too dumb to use this thing. I need only 1 though. Actually, that's not too bad. And I need what, 1,300 souls. Let's go kill Pontiff first. By the way, I guess I'll use this. It's fine. Blade Ball, welcome. First time I played Artorias DLC after playing basic game for ages, it was such a difficulty spike. Sanctuary Guardian, dude. Sanctuary Guardian is still like kind of the hardest boss for me in DS1. And then the fact that that fight also has a gank fight version, they were not afraid.
Farewell, Ashen Wing.
I like hard things, but to a certain level, like if it's artificially hard, it makes you lose patience. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it too. Like, I really used to love the FromSoft games, and now I like the FromSoft games. Because I don't know, they do definitely hit a point where it's like, it's kind of a little much. Oh my gosh, I'm really pushing my max. So that does 225. I don't know what other fist weapons there are. Also, what is that Gamba? Let me actually look. Also, I realized, chat, the reason that my computer dies every time I touch the wiki is because my ad block, I guess. So let me go DS3 fist weapons. I just want to make sure there's not like another one soon that I want to spend all my points on. Dark Hand? Oh, I forgot about Dark Hand. Goodbye that. Claws, Mannequin Claws, Crow Talons. Wait, this game has like no fist weapons. So it's pretty much Cestus, this, and like claws. So yeah, let's level this up. Titanite scale. I don't remember where to get more. So I need 1,400. Also, this thing is considerably heavier. In fact, it's 5 pounds heavier. So we need to take off some weights. I'm at 72.9. That ring by itself almost saved me the weight. Because I could go without that ring, and then if I can just get something that's like... what's the most efficient, like... Can I wear the thorn armor? No, that's slightly heavier. Okay, the fashion still works. It's not great, but it works. Lock in. Okay, hi. A Pontiff Deathless. Why? Okay, I will say... I guess we're skipping Smoldering Lake. Okay. I'm gonna give you guys a little heads up on that. I am notoriously very bad at Pontiff. So, I feel like that's one of my pain points in this game. Just so you know. But imagine if I parry him, though. Wait, that'd be so fire. Alright, Titanite scales drop from the big lizards. So I don't think I have any more available. Alright, purchase. Nothing good, I don't think.
Goodbye.
Well, I meant time for Wolnir, but we'll keep that up, I guess. We'll go to Pontiff. I probably just misspoke. You think this is funny, buddy? Yes. Yes, I do. Catacombs of Carthus, and let's go kill this boss. And then we'll just push through Irithyll and first try Pontiff. Diego, I cannot tell you how many games I own that I've never ever played in my life. Granted, a lot of those were through Humble Bundle, okay? Exclamation point Humble, but, you know. Hello, Cultist. Welcome. Welcome. I know, we gotta up the YouTube chat, guys. It's always dead. Though, that's kind of the same for everyone I watch. Like, whenever I watch Gas, it's like, Twitch chat is, you know, going off about their whole thing. And then YouTube chat is like once every 18 minutes, there's one message of, play Borderlands 2. True. On almost all those games that I've spent money on, I got at discounts. I can't think of any game that I bought full price and then have never touched. What BL2 mod is this? It's the Wolnir mod. I've got a bone to pick with this guy. Wait, watch this.
Flaming Whirlwind.
I really thought that this had like a move where I do like a cool uppercut. Is that like... Maybe I spin and then strong attack? Okay, that's a pummel. Spin and then RB does nothing of value. I'm about to die to Wolnir. My bad. It's okay, Ronan. It's normal for YouTube. YouTube chat is like a zoo exhibit. I am Gorilla, and sometimes you, the zookeeper, introduce a new one. So true. Good way to put that.
Play Borderland.
Yeah, Fishman is literally the complete opposite. But I will say, when actually like doing something that the YouTube audience would enjoy, like whenever we do like a BL2 bingo or something, YouTube chat is typically more active than Twitch. It just depends. Which, I mean, it makes sense because most of you who are here on Twitch happen to watch, which I greatly appreciate, happen to watch outside of just Borderlands, but obviously the people who sub to my YouTube channel for Borderlands don't play Borderlands. So it just depends. If you do the content based around your channel, then it'll do great. Like, for instance, if... Who's a Borderlands streamer? Who's like a streamer? I don't know. Well, it doesn't count with Jolts, because Jolts, it's sort of like a novelty that he played different games, but... I mean, I guess with Gas, when Gas is streaming a challenge run, he has a lot of interaction, and there's a lot of people on YouTube. But whenever he does anything else, like if he's playing X game... Oh my gosh, $2, Pally Borderland. I will Pally Borderland. Thank you so much, Joyce, for the $2. I appreciate you. I've got a constant stream of income from you, Joyce. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, 90% of the time, it's just Gas's Twitch because it's things that his YouTube following doesn't care about. Which is kind of sad the way that it is, but like, so much of, like, running a channel and whatnot is realizing that, unironically, like, nobody cares. And that's, like, the #1 thing I had to tell myself when I was starting the channel. It's like, literally no one cares. Genuinely. And I think that's the reason why, like, friend swap content doesn't really work unless you're, like, really big. Like, if you're Vanoss or something, sure, it'll work. But if you are, like, an up-and-comer, you're like, oh, I'm gonna post gaming with the boys. It's like, yeah, good luck. That's not... In the nicest way possible, that's not gonna go anywhere. Not because you're bad or whatever, but because, like, nobody cares. Thank you, Crow. I try to be entertaining. I really do. I try to be funny. Okay. I was about to die to him again. If that was Elden Ring, by the way, that would cover the entire arena, and I'd have to mash roll through the cloud of smoke. I'd have to outroll the death cloud. Why is this the hardest fight in the game right now? Oh, and don't even get me started on the camera, dude. So many of the bosses, like ulcerated tree spirit, it's so bad, man. It's genuinely so bad with something like ulcerated tree spirit, because on top of having really badly telegraphed attacks and kind of bad hitboxes and just spamming out attacks, you also can't even see what he's doing. VTuber, what if chat? Should I become a Cody Play VTuber? I mean that, like, unfortunately, like, if I were to give up Borderlands, period, and just focus on, like, whatever content I wanted to make, like, I think most people would just unsub, because they just wouldn't care. They'd be like, well, I'm here for the game you play, so where the game you play? Oh, what is this scale with? This scale's exclusively with strength? Yes. Also, it'd be nice if I could put on the cessus, too. Let's find a way to have that. We only need, like, a 2 weight reduction. Nice, and the fashion works, too. Okay, so I guess we could just max out our strength, but we'll do that.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Yeah, groups like that are about the people, not the game. But the thing is, if you're starting out, like, literally, I'm sorry, and I've got multiple friends who are, like, trying to be like this, but every time they're like, dude, check out my video, check out my video. What do you think of it? It's like, yeah, this is a funny video, but I can guarantee, no offense, I can guarantee that genuinely you would be the luckiest person on planet Earth if that went anywhere. It used to work on old YouTube, okay, because old YouTube was very different. There was like 0.1% of the content that exists today. Probably, honestly, not even that. Like, there's millions of videos uploaded every single day, and it's like nothing about that makes you stand out. And the thing is, when you're starting out, nobody has any reason to care about you, unfortunately. And that's sad and kind of sounds harsh, but it's just true. I mean, it's the case for me. If I were to start uploading friend swap content with gas, I would probably cap out at maybe 2,000 views. You know? Because, like, they just don't care. Nobody cares. And that's fine. That's just something you gotta, like, get used to. I'm gonna disagree with getting hit right there, by the way. I just want to mention that. Where do we get... Chat, you know what? Well, apparently this is my arch nemesis, but I just realized something, chat. 1, I do so much more damage when I'm just not using the weapon art. 2, I just got staggered by a steppy stomp. 3, I have the fire clutch ring, which would increase my damage. Wait, watch this. We use this to pop perseverance to heal up mid-fight. Okay, this is crazy. Now we persevere, and then we swap, and then we punch him. Boom. All of that need to be done in that succession, otherwise it won't work. And we have Pontiff's Eye, which boosts attack as long as attacking persists. Oh, yeah, we do. That would give, like, 20 damage. I like how... Hold on, we actually got that, too. I like how this would give, like, not even 20 damage. Bro, this gives me, like, 15 damage at the cost of 10% more damage taken at all times. I'll pass, bro. I'll pass. Like, 3% increase to damage versus a 10% increase to damage taken is not worth it in my book. Don't know about you guys, though. Time racism now? Oh, time racism. Wow. Thank you, Diego. I do appreciate that. Yeah, you really should have made the gamble longer. I was confused. I was like, bro knows we have to go through Irithyll, right? But it's fine. We'll speedrun. Let's go level up. You know, and there are certain people, and I appreciate that, Asalfo and Diego as well. I don't appreciate time racism. I appreciate what you said, okay? There are certain people like you guys where you would stick around, and that would be true of anyone. But 99% of people wouldn't, you know? I mean, that kind of shows even just like with the you can see it firsthand just like in the Soul streams or whatnot, or like in Gas Mask streams, where it's like he has, you know, big audience, but then it's like he'll be doing Borderlands 4 stream or whatever, and so only 30 people are there, because even though they like him, they don't want to watch it because it's not a game they like. And I mean, that's kind of true for me too. Like low-key, I when Gas is playing like BO4 and doing like a phosphine hunt or whatever, I'm like, I'm not, no offense, but I'm not watching this. It doesn't interest me. But there is an exception for me because like he's my actual friend, so like I'm allowed to skip out on that. So does the weapon art like do? No, it doesn't do. It doesn't do any damage. That did half of his health. I'm pretty sure that if I just wailed on him with this, it would also do half of his health. In fact, that would do significantly more than half of his health. Okay. Yeah, that whole muscle dystrophy or whatever the frick I'm dealing with, it hurts extremely bad right now. It's very much acting up. Chat, do you think it's the claw grip on my controller? You think the claw grip is like making my index finger move the index neck frickin' tenderloin or whatnot? What's it called? Tendon? Pearl after 20 tries a day. I literally have not seen the new DLC pearls. Are they fire or are they not fire at all? But yeah, I don't know. I hope that I'm entertaining for you guys. I really do try. Also, I want you guys to know that if you're ever like, bro, this guy just plays a character, I genuinely don't. And I think anyone that's hung out with me would tell you that it's not a character. Late to the combo, we're talking about Linux. Yikes. Yikes. I think Linux is great, but I also think it's great that ever since Croto Lilius swapped to Linux, there are so many more messages every day. Not every day, but there are so many more messages about, hey, how does this thing work? Because on Linux, it doesn't. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't help you with that. You know, it took me so long to find this because it's definitely one of the most like creative invisible walls of all time because we've never seen just like a fence. Yeah, phosphine hunts are definitely not my thing. Dude, I don't know how Gunther does it. Gunther one stream was saying that he doesn't like mission like rewards because it's tedious to replay the mission repeatedly. You said it's too tedious to replay the mission over and over again to like try and get your mission reward, right? He said after 9 hours of farming for a phosphine, and it was like, bruh, how is that not tedious to you? Well, you're talking about Linux. Okay. Linux with the power save being on automatically, but I would still watch. Oh, there's more to that. You're a VTuber. Watch other streamers and VTubers for the content, not the gimmicks. Chat, I will say, I think, why did Jolts just get on BL3? He knows that I played that, like, a couple months ago, right? Is he copying me again? If you're starting out streaming, chat, either VTube or Facecam, it's the way to go. Is the way to go. If you don't, like, just by having me in the corner here, it increases retention slightly. Oh, wait, I didn't finish your message. I read the wrong... Wait, both of you, shut up. Thank you, Bad Deck. I really try, like, that was my #1 goal from the start of the channel, was literally just to be, like, not just be, like, fake. And so, everything you see on the screen is pretty much exactly how I act. Other than, like, you know, I don't get into, like, you know, religion or politics or anything on stream, but like, other than that, things don't really change. I mean, you guys can tell, though, by the amount of things that I say that Gas goes, dude, you can't say that. I'm like, oh, well, I did. I saw a video recently that was like Berserk versus Dark Souls, and it was like half of it just straight up looked... half of it looked like it was just straight up ripped from Berserk. And then, of course, the comment, you idiot, it's from medieval times. It's based off medieval times. And it's like, you could say that about some of them, where it's like, oh, the knight armor looks similar. But then there's so many things where it's like, no, it is. And the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, Miyazaki was like a huge Berserk fan, right? Okay, let's go kill Pontiff, I suppose. There are some people that listen, but if you're a visual person, okay, so here's the reasons why it increases retention, and especially if you're a small streamer. One, because it's something visual going on, like with Deceptix, right? If you're watching Deceptix, watching him is like half the event, okay? He's like a caged up little animal at the zoo, okay, that you're just looking at. But secondly, especially if you're a small YouTuber, or a small streamer, because a lot of small streamers don't really have people in their chat, and they're not yet acclimated to just talking for 3 hours straight to literally nobody, right? So a lot of times you'll go into a small streamer's chat, right? And they're silently playing the game, and you genuinely can't tell if they're there or not. And so you won't hear them talk for 30 or 40 seconds, and you're like, all right, I'm clicking off because there's nothing interesting going on here. As where if there's a face cam and they're not talking, you still know I'm there, right? So even if I were to go dead silent right now, like, you'd still know that I'm here playing the game. I just am not reading chat because, you know, I don't see that there's chat messages or something. Also, I don't know how to parry this guy. How do you open that? Yeah, I'm forced to go all the way around. Oh, boy. Who made this freaking game? How many points are on the line for the Pontiff? Bro, all those werewolves in medieval times? Bro, I know. It was crazy. Van Helsing was working overtime. There was a Van Helsing game on the original Xbox. I don't know if it's actually good, but I liked it as a kid. 4566. Maybe we just redo it, bro. Nah, we'll keep it. We'll keep it. But nobody else can all in their channel points because I forgot to tell everyone to all in. Also, give me your little ring, bro. Thank you. And I never went to Horus or whatever bro's name is. Favorite Souls game, though? It's either DS1 or 2. I don't know. Bros, just read it. Well, yeah, Diego, that's fair, because YouTube chat, you know, there's just not enough going on, so. Everyone all in your channel points. Everyone all in. Wait, is that another game? I can't tell, because it's just a big purple bar, and it doesn't say anything else. Everyone go all in on your channel points. Most you could lose is 100%. Most you could gain is, like, 800,000%. So, everyone go all in. It'll be worth it. Also, you guys like how this playthrough of the game, other than the weapon I'm using, probably looks exactly the same as your guys' playthroughs of the game because the game's so linear? Chat, all in your channel points. If you have any channel points to spend, just put them in. Just put them in. I will tell you guys that I'm not very good at Pontiff. I am notoriously pretty bad at Pontiff. I find him to be one of the harder bosses in the game, but maybe I'll lock in at the same time. I said the same thing about a few of the other bosses in like DS2, and then they went down, so I don't know. I guess I'm just that good, chat. True. You know what? I think that here I might want to swap to the case cestus. Oh my gosh, 10 bits. Thank you so much. Joestar, let me read your message. Hold on. Man, Dark Souls 2 just has too many enemies, bruh. Too many enemies and too many ambushes, man. I hate Dark Souls 2. If I let you down, you'll never... Oh, you will forgive me. You will forgive me. I just assumed you were going to say never, so I skipped ahead. I appreciate that. Thank you for the love in your heart. Big W. Big W to the love. You know, it is kind of crazy because just like Dark Souls 2, if I were to make a very unfavorable video, I could make it look like this game has the worst ganks in all time. No, DS3 is definitely not my favorite. I like DS3 a lot, but not nearly the same amount. I think DS3 is like, it's a good game, but I don't know. I think it was kind of a downgrade for Dark Souls. Chat, more points, please. More points. It's too linear, and the linearity also hurts builds, like, very significantly. Because in Dark Souls 1, part of the point of exploring is for the actual, like, exploration's sake, and the fact that, like, oh, I can go to this boss, or that boss, or this boss, or that boss, right? And you have a lot of options straight off the bat. Like, you can have Sif be your very first boss in the game, and have Four Kings be number 2. This game doesn't have that. In this game, I mean... They do have the dancer, but also realistically, you will not kill the dancer because at that level, you will get one-shot by almost all the dancer's moves, and you don't do any damage to the dancer at that point in the game. But you can do that, to be fair. Isn't there an invisible wall here? But on top of that, in DS1, if I'm doing a miracle build, I can rush Wrath of the Gods very early on and get my spells. In this game, if I want... You know, if I want whatever sorcery or spell, like if I want one of the really good spells, it's like, oh, you just have to get through the entirety of the game first, and then you get there. So your early game just feels so much worse. I don't know. Early game in Dark Souls 3, 90% of the time for me is like, well, I guess I'll get a raw broadsword and just like use that because it's better than anything else I have. And then, at the same time, I can make exceptions because Sekiro is like, there's literally no diversity in the game at all. Like, you can choose different prosthetics and like go down your like skill tree a little bit different, but 90% of the game is going to be the exact same no matter which way you play it, right? Because it's one weapon and one armor set for the entirety of the game. And yet that combat is so fun that I don't care, and I beat that many, many times. You're in the freaking gutter right now? Well, don't you defend the gutter? You like the gutter, right? I hardly know her, but... Is this Great Heal? This is Great Heal. Don't say that, Moonblade. Hold on. Take that back. I know you're rage baiting me, so just take it back, okay? Why so many ads on Twitch? I don't know. I can't lower them below what they are, I don't think. It's currently at 3 minutes per 1 hour. So just sub, you know? If you've got time to watch the stream, you have $5 to sub. So true. Thank you, Invader V, for that wisdom. DS3 has great boss design, but due to the linear flame, it lacks replayability. Yeah, and that's the number one thing for me. I could honestly play a game that has like really bad bosses, low-key, like DS2, if I can replay it in fun ways. And you just can't do that here. You know what feels really weird too, Hexy? Going back to base game Elden Ring after Night Rain, it just feels off, you know? You're like, wait, isn't this supposed to be this way? But I think I'm a little Night Rain cooked because I was playing Elden Ring, base game Elden Ring, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is from Night Rain. When I was finding like different weapons and shields, I was like, oh no, that's not actually, that's actually from Elden Ring. Believe it or not. You know, it's really sad that weapon arts in this game kind of suck horribly because genuinely, I don't think that I would ever do more damage with my spin move. Look at this. It, like, kind of did damage, and on the enemy that literally doesn't have any poise, it was able to stagger them. but I can also just choose to do that, and it's quicker. In fact, I could probably do a little combo here. LB into RB. There you go. 3 hits and they're dead. I don't know. I think that weapon arts were like kind of cool, but they definitely made them significantly better in Elden Ring. In DS3, they actually kind of feel pretty bad on, like, for the most part. They're almost all really, really undertuned in this game. Like, look at the Dancer's Blades, right? The Dancer's Blades are really, really, like, a cool concept. No seek word. Sorry, bro. You're still stuck in the well or something like that. The Dancer's Blades were really cool concept because you do the spin move, and it's, like, fire and dark damage. But a lot of times, especially in PvP where defenses can get pretty high in this game, you will literally do 1 damage with each spin a lot of times. It's so bad. You would be better off just using Thorn Armor. Genuinely. And it's a mix of just like that. I think even before the defense calculation comes in, the Dancer Blades are already really undertuned, and that's like every weapon art in this game. But then to make matters worse... Hold on. Large Titanite, we love that. But then to make matters worse... defense exists, and when you have split damage, it's like all of a sudden, because like if I have a weapon that does 100 physical damage and 100 fire damage, it's like, oh, it does 200 damage. But in reality, if the enemy has 50% damage reduction against physical, all of a sudden I only do, what'd I say, 100 and 100. Now I'm only doing 150 just off that. And then if they have 50% fire reduction, well, now I only do 100 damage. So I'm literally doing half damage. And that happens with the Dancer's Blades, where they already do such a little damage to begin with, just like straight off the bat. I probably shouldn't be using fire against Black Knights because they have fire damage reduction. The thing I'm literally talking about here. But it's like they already have incredibly low damage to start. And then on top of that, the Dancer Blades are split damage with fire and dark. So you've got 3 different, like, equations telling you that you're not going to do damage. It's very goofy. You know, I must say, too, I think Dark Souls 3 was definitely a transitional period on the way to Elden Ring, because I feel like there is, in my opinion, there is very little that this game does that I think it does best in the series. Like, with the other games, I feel like there's a lot of things that I can be like, you know, regardless of these things, like, regardless of whatnot, regardless of how aged the game is and stuff, DS1, I think, does the, like, world building and all of that the best out of all the games, right? And out of the 3 Souls games, it does exploration by far the best. Dark Souls 3, it's like, I literally don't know anything where I'm like, it does it the best. Maybe the boss fights. The boss fights are pretty good in this game, but other than that, it's like the parrying is worse than DS2 and DS1. The ring system is worse than DS2 and DS1. The weaponry is worse than DS2 and DS1, with some exceptions. The entirety of spells, miracles, and pyromancies are just worse in this game than DS2 or DS1, both in the way that they work and also, like, the damage. And I don't know, man. It's like, there's nothing in DS3 that I ever played and I'm like, man, I wish this was in DS1. And like, even the movement, like, it feels like almost low gravity. Everything about the movement, and like the jump in this game feels weird. I feel like the DS1 jump and DS2 jump both feel better. And then DS3 jump, it just feels like, this game is at like a weird limbo state at all times, where it's not quite as good as X game before it, but it's also not as good as game after it. Like, I don't know, the rolling in this game just feels really floaty and like weirdly long and stuff. And then in Elden Ring, it feels great. And in Dark Souls 1 and 2, I prefer it over Dark Souls 3. And it's just in this spot where it's like, it's worse than the old games, but not as good as Elden Ring. But it feels like it was a transitional game, you know? Gutter flow state. Crazy. Yeah, you like those parries, by the way? I can't get parry timing in this game. I can ace parry timing in DS2, but get me on DS3 parries. And every time, it's been like that ever since I first played the game. every time I go for a parry in this game, it's a partial parry. And it's like, okay, if you're constantly giving me partial parries on every parry I attempt, I have no clue if I'm too early or too late. So I have no way to improve off of that. Like with DS1, you'll get a partial parry if you do it like way too early, but you will never get a partial parry if you do it too late. And then it's like in a weird state because Dark Souls 2's parry takes so much longer than DS1, as where DS1 is just like literally the instant you press it. And then this game's in a weird, it's like a really weird state where it's like a middle ground that feels awkward, and the timing, at least to me, the timing does not feel intuitive. And I've noticed that Elden Ring parrying feels like DS2 parrying. It feels like they ripped that off of DS2. Watch this. It's going to walk into it. Boom, told you. Lost my deathless bonfire in Majula. To the Majula well. That is, it's a little rough, buddy. DSA literally only exists because producers told Miyazaki to make a third. True. I'm sorry, Crowd. I didn't mean to kill you. DS3 is a safe... milk toast? What is milk toast? What is that? I've heard that many times. I think I'm... Is that like a rich person thing? It's not the best at anything, but it doesn't really suck at anything. True. Other than the things that it sucks at. I will say other than magic and replayability and linearity, those are the only things that I truly, for me, be like, yeah, that kind of sucks. But other than that, I would agree with that. It does pretty well. It does like serviceable on most things, but I don't know. And then some of the boss fights are really, really good. But then some of the boss fights in this game aren't good. Like, I don't know. Because people will often be like, you know, Dark Souls 1 and 2, like, they've still got some good boss fights, but, I mean, look at Dark Souls 3's. It's like, yeah, look at Dark Souls 3's, bro. We've got Wolnir, we've got Deacons, we've got, like, the Grave Tender in the Ashes of Ariandel. Like, I agree, bro. Look at Dark Souls 3. We've got the same issue, man. But it's only a problem when DS2 does it, man. It's only a problem when DS2 does it. Yeah, no. There definitely are some bosses, though, in this game that are like, okay, there's actually nothing better in the Souls franchise. Such as Champion Gundyr. I do like him. Osiceros is a very good fight. Pontiff, I've never really liked. Maybe just because I'm bad at him, but I don't know. He's never interested me too much. Abyss Watchers is like, hey, look, it's Artorias, but they gank you, and it's worse as well. And like you guys saw, when you fight Artorias, you have to be extremely specific about the way that you play it and like the roles that you do, because it's Dark Souls 1, where you get punished for things. But in this game, you could see on the Abyss Watcher fight, I just start panic rolling. And it worked fine, even though my timing was so bad and my timing was so off. It didn't matter because I can just panic roll. And I don't know. So it's like the bosses... A lot of the bosses in this game feel like, hey, remember Dark Souls? Or they feel like this is a gimmick fight. There are so many gimmick fights in this game. Like Dark Souls 1, the only gimmick fights are... Bed of Chaos, which is probably the worst boss in all FromSoft, okay? If you single-handedly took a point off of Dark Souls 1 for Bed of Chaos existing, like, I wouldn't blame you. But it's like, you've got Bed of Chaos and... Kind of... No, yeah, I would kind of say Seath, but also not really. The only gimmick there is, like, you have to hit his thing. And... I don't know, that's... kind of it. I might be forgetting one. But then Dark Souls 3, it's like you enter Dragon Peak and it's like, oh, we're gonna have a huge dragon fight. Even though I hate dragon fights, this is gonna be epic, you know? This is gonna be so cool. And then you fight him and it's like, oh, you kill him in one shot with a plunging attack, except half the time it doesn't work and you just go right through his body. That's really cool. Thank you, Dark Souls. And then with you've got the Deacons of the Deep, where it's like, it's literally just mobs. I'm receiving text messages. It's like, it's literally just mobs that you kill. And that is it. And then I know this is kind of weird because it adds depth to the bosses, but I'm not a huge fan of the fact that every boss in this game has a second phase. It makes it less surprising when a boss has a second phase. I feel like in Dark Souls 1 or 2, when you hit a second phase on a boss, it's like, whoa. I thought this guy was going to be easy, and now he's just, like, cooking me. Right? Like, Fume Knight. You're fighting Fume Knight, and it's like, this is kind of tough, but it's not too bad. And then out of nowhere, he pulls out the giant flame sword. Dark Souls 3, it's like you just assume that every boss has a second phase. And half the time, the second phase is, oh, I'm gonna lunge at you in 3 frames from across the room. I'm gonna do a dash attack, and then it insta kills you. But not as bad as Elden Ring. So you're like, okay, fair. As long as it's not that bad.
Farewell, Ashen.
I don't know. I think the bosses in this game are very good, and there are some that are just undeniably like, okay, this might be one of the best bosses in the Souls games. But at the same time, when people are like, bro, like, because I've heard that argument before, Dark Souls 1 and 2 have so many hit or miss bosses, and it's like, I don't think it's crazy to say that this game does too. Like, but this game does have the fact that it has like spectacle bosses, but like, I don't know, Vort isn't a particularly interesting boss. He feels more like a tutorial boss than Gundyr, but he is more of a spectacle, so he's cooler to look at, so you remember him more, you know. But if he had like a bad design, like if Vort looked like Covetous Demon, you probably wouldn't really remember him, other than the fact that you're literally forced to fight him because the game is so linear. The Gamba pot is up to 20k. Ooh, okay, my bad, chat. Well, I'm glad we recalled that Gamba then. Let's get the last like 3 items here, and then let's get cooked by this guy. Is Taurus Demon gimmicky, or is Taurus Demon just that his arena's small? You know? Because what would you consider the gimmick of Taurus Demon? Greatly boost miracles, but it's Dark Souls 3, so I don't remember the stats on that, but it's Dark Souls 3, so it's probably like 12% at max for the greatly boosted miracles. Alright, last item, then we'll go rest at the bonfire again. Actually, if we get 1600 souls, we can level up. Is there not an item back here? I was pretty sure there was. Guess not. Vort's music is good. That's true. Yeah, you like the Popat? Diego, have you ever done a seamless co-op run? Actually, do you have... I don't remember, Diego. Do you play on console or PC? Because seamless co-op on Elden Ring, like, I don't know. Whenever I play Elden Ring, like in the co-op mod, it kind of makes me think that maybe the game was just like intended to be that way. You know, maybe it was intended to be co-opted. It just works so well. Ceaseless Discharge, though, that's just that there's a cheese tactic in the fight, but the fight itself is a normal boss fight. You know? Although I guess it's kind of the same as Ancient Wyvern, but the difference is, here's the difference. The Ceaseless Cheese is an incredibly niche thing that, honestly, if you hadn't seen it on YouTube, you probably would never find out. Somehow, the first person to ever find it was able to get it, and then everyone else learned from that. As we're with the Archdragon, it's like very much the intended method, and there's even like messages on the ground that are like, punch the dragon in the head and whatnot. So I don't know, I would say that's different, but I also see where you're coming from with saying that. The plunge attack, Taurus Demon is the one on the bridge. He is the one on the bridge, but you don't... The plunge attack is just if you want some free damage at the start. I don't know, I wouldn't call that gimmicky. Especially versus like Ancient Wyvern or Deacons. Like, those are probably the most extreme examples of like a gimmicky fight in this game, because those are just straight up like, one is just a horde of enemies, there's no actual boss, and then the other one is you do a plunge attack and one-shot the boss. Taurus Demon is if you are observant of your surroundings and you remember the tutorial. It's like, wait, I could plunge attack for free damage, but even then you do one plunge attack and then you fight the boss normally. It's very hard to get another one off. So I don't know. I see where you're coming from, but I would disagree. Okay, let us try to parry this guy. I think I've done it one time in my life because I cannot parry for the life of me. Does he take fire damage? Okay, good start. Hold on. All right, good start. Hold on. We're not going for parries, chat. We're not going for anything, apparently. Yeah, it's not looking good for your points, chat. I know up to this point, you guys have thought, oh my gosh, this guy's so good at Dark Souls 3. But I'm here to spoil the surprise. I'm here to spoil the surprise. I'm not good at Pontiff. So I'm so sorry to your Twitch points. I promise you I tried my best. My best was just not very good. So we're going to choose the prediction outcome. I'm so sorry. Choose outcome. Pontiff Deathless. No. No, we did not do that. I'm telling you guys, this is the bane of my existence. And the moment I walked into his room, I remembered, oh yeah, he splits in his second phase. So, GG. Well, Diego, if you ever get a PC, I highly recommend the Seamless Co-op mod. It is so fun. You can, assuming you don't get any bugs, which there are a few bugs in it, you can spawn your friend the moment you leave the Grave of Saints, or whatever it's called, like the tutorial area, and literally fight all 145 bosses, or whatnot, and then beat the game, all in one play session. It's so good, man. It is so good. Sorry about those channel points, guys. Yeah, it's weird that, like, Elden Ring was very obviously, like, made with co-op in mind, but then they didn't make the co-op system good. I'm so bad. I can't even panic roll this guy. He's too good. This might be the hardest boss in all of Souls games, chat. Is that true? Okay, watch this parry, though. Watch the parry. Nah, he's an Elden Ring boss. He's an Elden Ring boss, chat. He's an Elden Ring boss. All right, we've got a different plan. Perseverance, let's go. No, he dodges me. He dodges. Yeah, we're cooked. Can we do it in under 10 deaths, chat? And I'm panic rolling. Also, I didn't add to the death counter, I don't think. I don't know. Co-op almost feels worse in Elden Ring by default than any of the other Souls games. Crucible Knights are goats, yeah. When you're a little babby, you're like, man, Crucible Knight's the most BS boss in the game. And then growing up is realizing that Crucible Knight is the only good boss in Elden Ring. Oh, yeah, Wolnir too. Literally just the gimmick is hit the bracelet. But, I mean, I guess you could argue that that's not a gimmick. I don't know. There's just more bosses in this game that feel like they're not really true bosses. But then it kind of makes it sad because the bosses that are just straight up like a true boss are really, really good bosses. Like, I'm horrible at Pontiff. I've literally never been good at Pontiff. And yet, I'd be like, yeah, he's a good boss. The Leda, Dark Souls 2 attack. Okay, my Thorn Armor, though, is putting in work. Look at his health bar. Thorn Armor only. I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay, that time, I want it to be known, it buffered my roll before I did it. So I shouldn't have spammed a roll. Seamless Co-op is genuinely the most fun I've had playing a video game with another person. Yeah, me and my friend, it was so enjoyable that even though Elden Ring's such a long game, we fully played through the entire game. And then we're like, let's do it again. And then we're like, let's do it again. And we wanted all the achievements. Moonblade, I gave you very, very fair warning that I am horrible at the Pontiff fight, okay? Hello, Mick. Only good boss in Elden Ring is Fire Giant. Yeah, coming from a keyboard and mouse player, I see it. First time I completed Dark Souls 1 was Seamless Co-op with a friend who had never played a Souls game before, and that was one of the most fun I've had in a while. I heard that the DS1 Seamless Co-op is good, but that it's kind of buggy. Is that true? Chat, this is... Hold on. This is the framework for every Elden Ring boss. He's got delayed attacks. He's got a ruthless onslaught. He does a lot of damage. Very high reach. And I'm gonna blame the game every time I die, just like Elden Ring. Wow, I got one hit in. Let's go. That's a first. Oh, fuck. We might be here for a while, guys. Not gonna lie to you. Okay, that was kind of fire, though. Good combo. Good damage, good combo. Dude, that was insanely buffered, by the way. That last roll I did, right before I escaped. Hesitation is defeat. I had queued up before ever even getting hit. Ow. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Okay. Dude, I wait so long every time. Okay. Kind of buggy. My friend couldn't close the game unless he left the world, then rejoined, and then left. What? McWaggle Wildland. Yeah, he was telling me yesterday that he has 500 hours on Elden Ring, keyboard and mouse only. So he might be better than any of us. What did your boss do, Joestar? He said, no TX streams. I guess I'm just going to have to go for Arby's, I think. Chat, I'm going to have to go for Arby's. That's unfortunate. The Arby's CEO would never make a video eating their own food. Wait, that's crazy. This guy actually mixes you up so bad. Because he'll delay some of his attacks, but not his other attacks. Okay, DS2 I'll grab. Hold on. One punch. Boom. Huge damage. So, like, you can't just spam roll his combos is what I'm trying to say here. Okay. I forgot how much he punishes healing. Watch. The moment I press X, he's coming at me. I told you. No, 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 no. He actually input reads you on that. I'm pretty sure. Does anyone else have, like, incredibly... Okay. Does anyone else have incredibly hard times with this boss, or is that just me? And we're not even in second phase yet. Chat, recently I binged regular show. And I, over the past 20 days, averaged 13 episodes a day. I can guarantee he will not come at me unless I heal. Watch, watch. Boom, game over. He actually gave me time that round. Maybe because I was further away. Okay, I didn't know that part did damage to you. I forgot about that. That's good to know, I guess. Hello, hello, hello. Does this guy take damage to the health bar? Alright. Have a good night, Mustafa. Thank you for being here. Chat, that whole muscle dystrophy or whatever where my arm's falling off is like really actually genuinely getting to me. It hurts very bad right now. So if I am dying, that's why. I've got a buckler, right? Maybe I... No, I don't actually. All I have is a small leather shield. Is this like particularly good in comparison to this? Why is Duchess... Or not Duchess. Why is Pontiff broken? That's the question here. No, I'm not a huge fan of input reading. Honestly, Gwyn in Dark Souls 1, final boss, if you fight him without the parry strat, he's kind of like horrible to fight. Armstride after playing Blocks Fruit on Xbox with my keyboard and mouse. Yeah, it's a workout, man. It's harder than a 9 to 5, that's all I know.
Dude, what's the parry timing? Oh, yeah. Alright, enjoy your shower, bad deck. Thank you for being here.
Okay, but if you hit a parry, though... If you hit a parry, though... Hold on. Parry god coming in. If you hit a parry, the damage is wild. Okay. He's gonna explode. Okay, I don't remember what the good strat is for this. Do you... You use FP to do the spin move that didn't hit him with any of those attacks. Do you want to kill his homie? Oh yeah, that's fun. Oh yeah, yeah. Alright. Thank you for the parry appreciation. So if anyone knows what this nerve is that goes right here, up through to the neck, let me know. Yeah, DS2 ganks are bad, by the way. What's this? I'm getting ganked mid-fight, bro. Alright, well, I'll just get better. I forget, though. Is it optimal to, like, try and kill his shadow minion, or do you avoid his shadow minion? Yeah, they copied this from Dark Lurker. Well, it seems fair. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're horrible, buddy. After my 8th parry, I got him. First try on the 8th. Depends, since you don't have a single shot damage. I think it might be wise to kill the clone. Dude, what is the parry timing, man? Well, apparently none of those are the parry timing, just so you guys know. Okay, okay, Margit. I get it, bro. I bet TX does this deathless. I bet I do. I just want to... Okay, I need to get the parrying down. Oh, okay. I forgot that sometimes he just makes his sword bigger. Don't we all? Okay. Bendu, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay, wait, that's actually so good, though. Oh, no. Dude. Wait, what? No, I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Every other fight so far, once he gets to that phase, he stops attacking so he can summon his guy. Why did he just give that up? He just decided, no, I don't even care this time. Crazy. Hello, Angel. Dodge Souls 3, Scholar the first iframe. This is so true. Thank you, Crow. I should have embered. It's okay. But hey, I'm getting better at the fight. You guys are noticing that. See, this fight at least doesn't feel like it's... Maybe a few aspects, but overall doesn't feel like it's BS or anything. But I will say I don't like pairing in DS3, bro. DS2 was better, not gonna lie. I didn't hit him there with my punch, by the way. We hit this parry. We don't even heal. We hit the parry. Watch this. I'm confident. I can't straighten out my arm. Like, it's getting worse. I think the claw grip actually has something to do with it. 6 hours of torch? Yeah, you could run out pretty soon, so I'd be careful of that. Anyway, I mean, I feel like this boss is probably totally fair, right? I'm just bad. He does feel like an Elden Ring boss, though. So I don't like him. Am I the only one, though? Like, actually, like... I asked earlier and nobody was like, oh my gosh, it's because my arch nemesis. So, like, does no one else have a problem here? Recommend a brace? I might, dude, for this freaking gaming sesh. Using a controller is just too hard. Do I have longer weapons? Well, we're doing fist weapon only. I might have a longer fist weapon. Dude, I hate parrying in this game. It feels so bad. I don't know. I don't understand the timing. And then that parry feels like I timed it the same as the first parry. But I didn't get it the first time. Guy keeps you on your toes. That's for sure. I think I need to do it really early. I think I need to do it earlier than I think, maybe. Alright, let's pop an ember here. Okay, his clone is pretty freaking low. He doesn't have much HP. The problem is, how do you get in to kill the clone when he just copies the attacks? Alright, my bad. I thought that was the other one that he already used that looked the same. It's fine. He didn't copy that attack. Everything I knew was a lie. I should have rolled it better, I guess. Anyway, yeah. 261 episodes of regular show in 20-day span. And it's pretty good. I used to watch the show when I was a kid, but then, like, I never... No, stop! Let me go! I never finished it. It's the same windup as his other attack, so I thought I had to dodge because it's the exact same windup as his other attack. But I had never finished it, because as a kid I lost interest in all of those shows when they started becoming, like, deep. But it's pretty good. Yeah, it's a pretty good show. Spy Buckler? No, I don't want to. I can't even reach the frickin' Lost Izalith from here. The frickin' Duke's Archives. 6th try, first playthrough. I'm pretty sure I quit playing the game here on my first playthrough. But hey, I'm getting better. Spider crawled up your arm last night. Congratulations. Okay, watch this. We hit the first try on this. I just need to do it earlier. Every time I think to do it. Yeah, and it buffered my roll. I'm a supaholic right now, chat. Pack your tears in to a suitcase. You guys ever hit like the midnight music binge where all of a sudden music just sounds better? I was having that yesterday. He really got a flawless right there. That was insane. Okay. It's not the boss's fault for this. He does a cool little thing where randomly throughout his sequence of attacks, he'll do like a delayed attack and then an attack that's really quick to keep you like, you really have to be paying attention, which is fine and dandy, but it's because ADP. But the issue is that it's buffering my attack, or my rolls, so when he randomly decides, oh, I'm gonna delay this attack, I can't do anything about it because it's already buffered to go. Which is incredibly annoying. See, like there, he does like a slow one, then a slow one, and then a fast one. I might unironically go buy a buckler and get enough dex to use it, because I cannot get the parry down at all. Alright. Chat, maybe this boss sucks. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I don't suck. Maybe this boss just freaking blows. Maybe this boss doesn't give you enough time to use an Estus when you use it the moment that his attack's done. I have to do it early. It's definitely, I'm definitely doing it too late each time. Although in the other Souls games, the partial parry happens just if you do it too early, but if you do it too late, you just get hit and that's it. I'd actually prefer it, even like if I wasn't getting partial parries. Because then I'd like, you know that I'm doing it wrong and I know why I'm doing it wrong. Okay. That came out quicker than I expected, but that was TBH, totally my fault. I got hit there. That's fine. Can't be mad. Okay, that's so goated. That's what I was looking for. Alright, this is the run. No, this guy's literally just Elden Ring. Holy crap. Why'd I lose lockup? What's his parry?
Yes! Suck it!
Yeah, I'm element magic. I slagged him, don't worry. No, but he's actually an Elden Ring boss because when he does jump attacks, he decides how gravity affects him. And so you can't properly time it unless you are just really good at the game, which I am not, but we did it. Ranch or nacho Doritos? I prefer Cool Ranch. Yeah, I don't... Occasionally, I'll have an issue with buffered rolls in the other games, but it's really bad in DS3. I experience it a lot in DS3. Maybe you don't experience it a lot in the other games, though, because it's very rare that that actually has, like, an effect on the fight. But I will attribute many of my hits throughout all of that to him. Do I want anything here? No, because we're fist only, but you never know. Maybe later.
He's an Elden Ring boss because he's actually cool.
Very well.
That's kind of fair. I'm doing some off-screen nerve flossing right now in hopes that that'll help me out. Get more health, I guess. Looks like I need it.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Dang. It already costs 16,000 souls to level up, and I'm level 50. Why is this not DS2, chat? Good point. Okay, so what's the damage difference now? Actually pretty significant. I know, by Dragon Rider, you're maxed out. I forgot about this. The fog gate in Firelink that prevents you from leaving. Dude, it hurts, man. I don't know why, but it can't be good for me. I've gotten it before, even when I'm not like playing games and stuff. Like if I used to get it sometimes at work. It would be like all I'm doing is just like at pizza work, and I get the pain. I should really see a doctor, but I don't have health insurance, so that's expensive. Give me that. Hawkwood shield, and then you can find. Wait, is Hawkwood the one where you? Can I go kill him right now in the Abyss Watchers area? True. Dark Souls 2 doesn't give me this. Actually, it did, I think. Let me look. I don't think this guy's here, but I'll look if he is. Because doesn't he, like, give you a dragon thing? Or maybe you have to go to Dragon Peak first. He gives you something dragon related. Oh, the fog wall thing. Yeah, no, that's pretty dumb. Okay, over to literally. Wait, our only options right now are either Dancer, Aldrich. Oh my gosh, this game's so linear. It's either Dancer or Aldrich for the base game. And if we go to Aldrich, it teleports us to the Dancer. And then our other option is to just go to the DLC. So we're cooked. Oh, well, we can go to the dungeon, actually. We could go to Yor. But we'll do Aldrich, which also is notoriously one of my worst fights, I'd say. Though I feel like Aldrich is easier to me than Pontiff. Because you can actually get hits in on Aldrich. You know, if you just never go for an attack, Souls games can be pretty easy, actually. That's so evil, by the way, for them to put 2 Titanite lizards knowing full well you're going to have to save quit. Crazy. Oh, what was that text I got earlier? I gotta make sure it's not, like, important. No, it's not. But then I got other messages. Oh. My friend decked out his golf cart. Bro thinks he's Mordecai. Okay, I will say, you know, DS2, great game, but man, the way that they did Titanite lizards was the worst thing on planet Earth ever. True. Does this guy not get up? I guess not. I know at least a few of these do. I don't know which ones. British? Let us commence forth. British? Oh, we also have the double big lizard wolf thing fight. Dark stone plate ring, thank you. I guess that's kind of useful. Wait, is it connected to my index finger? Is it genuinely the claw grip doing me in? Is that what's happening? Okay. Collect a bunch of useless items that I don't care about. Wait, and this weapon doesn't hit the enemy even when I'm locked on sometimes? Is this Dark Souls 2? Hold on. Shout out. Do I have Lloyd's talismans? And secondly, do talismans work like they do in DS? Do they work like they do in DS1 where I could just farm this guy repeatedly for a Symbol of Avarice? Can you not? Oh, okay, yeah, you can. Oh, yes, yes. So now we have more souls, chat. We get even more soul gain. By a pretty significant amount. I think it's like 20% or something. It does give discovery, yeah. Which I'm not going to use much of, but like, you know. I just learned yesterday, discovery in Night Rain gives you better boss drops. Gives you a higher chance at higher rarity tiers. That's pretty cool. There is an item right there, though. There is an item right there, though. I think we need it. Is this the one that aggroes every enemy? No, this is the one. It was worth it, though, for an ember. Okay. I think that I'm gonna get cooked down here. But assuming I don't, they get the FAP ring here, right? Where this game has a FAP +3, correct? And it's in the DLC, I think. And then also we can get the prisoner's chain, which I kind of don't like. Dark Souls 2 did this too. There's a lot of rings that kind of, dude, he's not hitting me with his, bruh. He's not hitting me with like his bite. He's just hitting me because his whole body is a hitbox here, apparently. But I can adapt to that. I can adapt. I think it's kind of goofy. By goofy, I mean dumb. By dumb, I mean dumb. Oh boy. Okay. FAP 3 and DLC next to Earthen Peak. Hey, shout out for them bringing back Dark Souls 2, I guess. Is it... Because Earthen Peak is when you're in, like, the swamp and there's the Desert Sorceress ladies, right? Is it before or after going through there? Oh, anyway, what I was saying is I'm not a huge fan of when they have, like, kind of overlapping rings. And I feel like that... what is that item? I think it's like a greatsword or something. We don't need it. I think that kind of started with DS2, honestly. Like, the Flynn's ring just being a better version of the Ring of Blades +3. And then in this game, it's like there's the FAP ring, and then there's also the Prisoner's Chain, which I know the Prisoner's Chain, like, increases your damage taken, but also it just gives the same stats as the FAP ring, but better. So... I don't know. I feel like the game didn't need both, and especially because it's one of those things where I'm like, well, of course I'm going to use both. Oh my gosh, dude, the weapon art is so bad on this thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I ever thought it'd be good. My mistake, man. Was this Dark Souls 2? Why did it take so long? Goodbye, Bendu. Bro hit me with that I'ma go watch Jolts, dude. Alright, man. Maybe if this weapon art gave me, like, insane hyper armor or, like, did a lot of poise damage, it would be one thing. But I don't think it does either of those. This sucks, man.
Let me out! I'm mashing B!
I thought these guys dropped something. Hey, he's got the trident from Terraria reference. My bad. Alright, I'm gonna hit him with it. No, not that. You know what's weird? So it buffers rolls when you're mid-fight, and it can have an effect on you, but it doesn't buffer when I swap weapons and then press Y to two-hit. British accent for a week or Australian for a year? Probably Australian. I kind of prefer the accent. Drang Twin Spears. Yeah, that was not worth it, buddy. Never killing those guys again. Although, Australian is kind of like redneck British, right? Okay. I'm not a huge fan of enemies in this game where, like, when they give you an opportunity to attack, they dash away. But maybe that's just me. Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yep. Totally fine. Better than fine, actually. I actually love that. sorry, Diego. It's because I fell off. Remember that one guy said so? So this should be no surprise to you. Thank you for making me feel better, Crow. But it's okay. You don't have to lie to me. Okay. I don't want to complain more about DS3, but I just want to let you know I'm holding in thoughts about this boss right now, okay? And my cat's licking my foot. It's over, bro. I never die to these guys because I never die. Period. Okay, I don't think Pontiff's Right Eye is doing anything, by the way. So let's put on the Ring of Favor. Oh, they actually changed the name in this game to Favor and from Favor and Protection. I wonder if that's because Fab. 40 bonus health, pretty good. 9 stamina, and then more armor, essentially. There we go. Yeah, bro, they really brought back the Gaping Dragon again. They did that in Night Rain, too. Never died to them because you never knew of their existence. Bro has not gone the Fap Ring. That's crazy. Although that's because you don't really like DS3 much, right, Moonblade? Chat, the only Souls game is DS2. I must say, I don't love having to go to the Emerald Herald to level up, and I don't like that they brought that back for this game. Will not lie. I don't like the pain either in my arm this whole time. You only did one? GG, bruh. What the? You can do something if you become a Rosaria finger. I don't remember what, though. I know you can respec, but not that. Ow. No drip. It is drip, bro. You just gotta trust me, bro. It's drip. It's drip. Unless you mean me personally, in which case, yes, I agree. My No More Mr. Nice Guy shirt is in the closet, so... But we've been pretty supportive of it, so we figure it'll come out soon. Here, I'll put on a better helmet for you, bro. This is how I'd be looking at your mom. Got him? True. Chat, all jokes are based in truth. Not all, though. Like people say that, and it's like, well, no, I kind of disagree with that, actually. That's right. My bad. My bad. I forgot about that. Little lore smidgen. Yeah, personal argument that every joke ever made on Earth is actually just honest. It's just honesty, bro. I take it back, Diego. Also, no, you know what else, chat? This game does nothing better than the other games. And I'll tell you another thing. Literally, the PvP in this game might be the worst PvP, okay? It might be the worst PvP in the Soul series, okay? Because it's literally just panic rolling and chugging. That's all it is. That is all that it is, man. Because it's just so generous, man. And then on top of that, you've got not the milk ring, but the other ring, the one that increases your rolling iframes. So many people use that in PvP because literally it just makes it so you never get hit. And then half the time it's just whoever's dark sword out hyper armors the other dark sword. And then especially at release, but even now, it's like the meta for this game's PvP is just a straight sword. And it's so boring, man. Like DS2, you get invaded and it's like, oh, I wonder what he's using. DS3 invasions are like,
Raw broadsword. I got the dark sword.
hello, Dano. Yeah, chat, I've been kind of contemplating a BL1 playthrough recently. It's just, I've got a hankering, you know? Got a fever, and the only prescription is more brick playthrough. More bricked up. Okay. Oh, wait, Diego, your mom has watched, hasn't she? Or is it Dominic's mom? One of you watches, but one of you has a dead mom, okay? So I believed it because there's at least one person in chat who unironically has a dead mom, and I kept making your mom jokes to him. And then they let me know that bit of info, and I was like, my bad, bro. But good to know it's not you. Hey, shut up. Is there anything you like about this game? Not really. I mean, the game's fun. I don't know. It's weird because, like, every time I play it, I'm like, dude, this game freaking blows. But somehow I have 700 hours on it. And I'm like, how did that even happen, man? I apologize that I'm spending literally the entirety of this playthrough complaining about the game. But I don't know. It's not even, like, necessarily on purpose. It's just, like, genuinely so many things happen in this game where I'm like, why did they do that, man? Why is it like that? Why is it like this? You have a freaking job interview tomorrow? Oh my gosh, where's it at? Let me know. Tell me the address and I'll show up. You know, I am surprised because I always hear, I thought I was in the minority, and maybe we still are, but I always thought I was just like fully in the minority and that everyone else thought DS3 was like the best one. But I mean, it seems like everyone in chat is kind of in agreement. Like, yeah, this game's kind of not that peak. I mean, it's not a bad game at all. It's definitely not a bad game. Like, it's a good game. There are good things about this game. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think we progressed the quest line, like, at all. What's up? Oh, right. I didn't save Henri. My bad. Cool armor, though. Dale, have you played the other ones? See, it's literally like... There's not a ton in DS3 that, like, I despise, right? In Dark Souls 1 and 2, there are things that I, like, full-on despise. Yo, shout out, go. Like, for instance, things like Bed of Chaos, and honestly, everything after ONS in DS1, I kind of despise. And that shows because every time when I was younger, I would get to ONS, and then I would always quit the game, and then thinking back on it, I was like, man, maybe I was just a baby or something. But then, just recently, right after I'd done that playthrough, I was doing another playthrough, and I got to after ONS, and I was like, dude, this game sucks. I'm quitting playing. I no longer care to play. Because it's just, it's like that. DS2 has, honestly, a lot of things that I don't like about it. But DS3, it's like, other than the linearity, and therefore the builds, which is just part of linearity, so it can all be tied together. Other than that, it's like there's not much that I truly despise about this game. But there's just like not many things that I'm like, wait, that's so peak, you know? Just finished Dead Space. Thank you for inspiring me to play it. How did you enjoy it, Redstone? I will say Dead Space 2 is still really good. It holds up. Even the original version of it still holds up. However, if you play it, download there's like some mod that fixes the game. And you can do that. I think I play with that. I'm pretty sure that I play with that. Because there can be some issues with the game. The first time I played, I was in a weird softlock where there's like a very low chance that as you progress through a certain point in the game, it will bug out your entire playthrough and nothing will spawn. No enemies will spawn other than a few scripted ones. So I was really confused why the game was so easy. And it's because nothing was spawning. But I do recommend Dead Space 2. It is a lot more story-oriented. Very story-oriented. Very cool story. Very awesome story. And it gets a bit more action-y, you know? So it's sort of like it's got more horror than Dead Space 1 in theory, but in reality it doesn't, you know? Because Dead Space 1 just has like a very, very spooky atmosphere from the very start. Dead Space 2, I would say the atmosphere is less spooky, but it's like the monsters are in theory more scary, you know? Like you'll get chased by like, you know, some demon freak. But it's less of a scary game, a bit more action oriented and very much
Thou thinkst
very much story oriented. It's also very short, just so you know, it's like 6 hours long or something. And it's extremely linear. Dead Space 1 has, especially the remaster of Dead Space 1, has a little bit of like an openness to it. It's still a very linear game, but there's like a little bit. Dead Space 2 is not like that at all. Dead Space 2 is just straight up go from point A to point B repeatedly, but it's very good. And then you get to Dead Space 3, which... you know. It's, well, for one, it's, and it also has, there's the part, no, I've always been a Dead Space 3 defender to an extent. It's certainly the weakest entry of the entire series. However, it is co-op. So if you play it with a friend, it can be extremely fun, and it has a weapon crafting system where if you want, you can make like a force gun, like shotgun, that is also a plasma cutter with like an underbarrel like chainsaw pretty much. So it's really cool. It's a fun game, but it's pure action. It's just straight up an action game. Do I have enough souls to level up? Yeah, I do. Let's go teleport back. It's kind of funny, Redstone, because the plasma cutter only run is kind of easier than normal runs because of the way that ammo drops work. So if you just have one weapon that's more powerful versus having a bunch of different weapons, you're essentially getting more damage per ammo drop, right? If that makes sense. And so, funnily enough, doing just one weapon is kind of an easier playthrough. And then you can do all of your nodes on just the plasma cutter, and it's very good. Very good, very powerful. Yeah, I would recommend 2. I would recommend Dead Space 2. And then if you want to get freaky, you can play Dead Space 3. But Dead Space 3 is not. It's not nearly as good. Yeah, I'm a farm some Silver Knights real quick. At that point, bro, I'm giving it in. I'm giving it in. I used to, one of my friends used to play this game all the time, and it was just to farm Silver Knights for the loyalty things. It's so bad. It is so bad. Yeah, I don't know. Dead Space 3 is one of those that you have to make your own fun. But then on top of that, it's like, it doesn't necessarily feel very good to play. And also, okay, I am like the most scared person on earth, especially when I was a kid. Like now I've gotten a lot more powerful. But Margaret, are you here, you know? I've grown in power, and so I'm significantly more acclimated to horror. But when I was a kid, like I literally, Keynote Totem was scary to me. Okay, Derice was horrifying, and Nocturne Totem I could barely play Nocturne Totem alone. Okay, and that's COD Zombies, not particularly scary, but I was like, it was hard for me to play. I couldn't play Creepy Castle in Donkey Kong 64 unless my mom was there. I physically could not force myself to do it. I was too scared. I played Dead Space 3 at age 13. I was scared 2 times. Because one, the game's not scary to begin with. Well, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, obviously it's subjective, but the game's not particularly scary to begin with. And then on top of that, you can play it co-op, which playing any game co-op instantly makes it not scary. So, you know, it's definitely a game that you just play for fun and that's it. Also, the story of it is, it's like a continuation of the second game, but it's also like, it sort of feels like a Borderlands story where it's like they just kind of had to like make up some way to continue playing, you know? Whereas like we got to make a third game. It's like, well, what do we do? Like, what would we even do with like the story or anything? I was like, I don't know, just make something up. So I don't know. I defend Dead Space 3, but like it's certainly the weakest entry by far. But I wouldn't call it like outright bad, you know? I've seen some people be like, this game freaking blows. But also for some reason there is so many ladders in that game and they take so long to climb down because the animation is so long. That is genuinely one of the things that is worse than that game. Okay, so anytime bro slams his pole into the ground, he explodes. I think I just have problems with Aldrich because he does a lot of damage. Why does the music sound like Moonlight Butterfly? I mean, bro was just hungry, no? Can't blame a guy for being hungry. Also, just so you guys know, once we get to Sister Frayed, the run is over, bro. The run is just absolutely over. There's no way that we successfully pull that off. You know, this one actually kind of feels like an Elden Ring boss, too. I almost think it would work better in Elden Ring. Not that it doesn't work. It's a fine boss, but I think it'd work better in Elden Ring. I will say, one thing I actually really like about Elden Ring, because there's a lot that I'm not huge on. One thing I do like is that they really incorporate, like, running away more into boss fights. Like, the actual movement and positioning feels a lot more important than in this game. As important as DS2? I don't know, but...
You're here. Would you like to be teleported to the place you have to go? Instead of finding it for yourself?
Well, yes, I would. I would like that. Yeah, why would Gwendolyn not teleport out? There's no way, bro. Wait, we killed Gwendolyn. Where's the lore? Did Aldrich eat Gwendolyn's body? I have to pee so bad. Rest in peace. Sister Frayed Deathless Gamba. Yeah, that one's winnable. Is there an item up here? Oh, this is where you would fight, not Longfinger Kirk. What's the other guy's name? The guy with the hat. He's in Night Rain. That's where you'd fight him. Good night, Diego. Oh my gosh. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being the only YouTube chatter. I do appreciate you. I did fall off, TBH.
How dare ye?
Am I crazy? I thought that after you kill that boss, it teleports you. Oh, because I haven't done Yorm yet. I haven't done Yorm. That's why. Yorm, I'll be right back. Let me go pee. It's so bad. I think it's because caffeine's a diuretic or whatever they call it. Gwendolyn didn't die in DS1. No. and how that works? Just if they're an optional boss, then in the lore, they didn't die. Well, technically, O and S are optional because you can wrong warp.
True, that's a good point, actually. I like that
Very
point.
well lit.
Okay, so now we can go to Yorm,
Ashen one,
Yorm
maybe.
or we can go to the DLC, or we can go to the Dancer. So I guess we'll go to Yorm. Like, I don't want to be a downer on this game. Like Gwendolyn ring? I grabbed the Sun Princess ring. If that's what you're talking about, but I don't want to be a downer on this game, but like I'm thinking about it. I don't even like any of the areas in this game. Like, I kind of like the drag heap in the DLC, but I'm thinking about going through Irithyll Dungeon and it's like, bro, I don't know, I'm not excited about it at all. Not even necessarily because it's like hard. I just feel like they made the enemies, or not the enemies. These, okay, that floating fire. I don't know how they did it, but it feels like they made every area in Dark Souls 3 really annoying. It's like annoying to navigate, and a lot of them like with an area in Dark Souls 1, right? It's like you kind of will search through the area and find a lot of stuff in the area. But it feels like a lot of the searching in Dark Souls 3 is like, oh, you now have access to a different, like, part of the area. So you just have to replay through the dungeon again. And that kind of happens here. Once you get the one key that unlocks it, it's like, oh, let me just go through the dungeon again. And I'll go grab the last items. I don't know. That just feels like a lot of the areas in this. Or like looking at the undead settlement, right? Assuming that you want to clear out everything in the undead settlement. You go through the whole first area, clear out all the enemies, then you go to the cage guy and get sent away, and then you homeward bone and you redo it again. And then I don't know. It just feels weird in this game. Just off an hour-long meeting that didn't need to be a part of. Imagine having to... Thank you for censoring that. Yeah, no, Pontiff was like a 5 or 6 death fight. Probably like a 6-7 death fight, something like that. Oh my gosh, why'd that actually scare me? I forgot about that. That like unironically scared me. No, and then you have to come back with the different keys. Chat, do I need anything in this area? Like, is there anything of value here? Oh, and we also didn't kill the old Demon King and the smoldering Lost Izalith ripoff. And then they were like, bro, let's bring back the worst area in the game, Lost Izalith. That'll be fun. Oh, no. Okay. Well, we're locked in. I don't think I ever bought the torch.
Dude, this gameplay is so peak, bro.
Oh, we did. I'm fat rolling. It's fine. I don't know. I don't want to complain about this game. But, like, believe me, I know that I'm already complaining the whole time, but I'm holding back. Okay? I'm holding back so much. Genuinely. Did you guys hear my entire jaw just, like, get destroyed right there? I didn't fall for that one. I'm also debating whether or not we're... Because with the other Souls games, with DS1 and 2, we did all bosses. What do you guys want for this one? You guys want all bosses? Or no? so funny. I was ironically complaining about DS2 and unironically complaining about DS3. I know it's a cruel, messed up world we live in where that's genuine, but it just is. It just is, man. I don't know. Like, think about the areas in DS3. Be 1000% honest with me. And if you totally disagree with me on this point, that's totally fine. I want people to disagree with me on things. But really think about it. Is there any areas you guys actually enjoy in this game? I think he drops a hollow gem, is that right? Like, think back to your past playing this game. Where? All boss, yes. GG, bro. Jailbreaker's key. I don't know what this freaking opens. Dumb key, man. Got a stupid key. Got to do the stupid thing. Freaking key, dude. Not really. True. Also, I like how they give you this lizard and they set it up in a way where you'll immediately get hit by this guy. Dark Souls 2 has too many ganks. Love these lantern enemies. 10 out of 10 design. Yeah, I like that too. How does that work on a no-hit run? Do they classify that as getting hit if it sucks up your HP? Base Irithyll is fine. You know what? Irithyll is a fine area. I'm okay with Irithyll. Is this the hollow gem? It's a simple gem. Well, then maybe that other guy doesn't drop. Man, I love that. Look at my health. I misplayed. My bad. Yeah, my bad, bro. I'm just... dude, I'm misplaying so bad. My bad, bro. Is Tower of Latria a Demon Souls area I gotta be aware of? DS3 is like that friend that thinks kicking you in the nuts is really funny, but you're just like, ow, that's not funny. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's like, okay. The first area in the game is fine. The tower wall, it's okay. It's not... I'm not offended by that area. Is the jailer key for this? No. And I can't open it from this side, right? No. Okay. The tower on the wall is a fine area. I think that's a totally fine area. Undead Settlement, bro, the boss is optional. Like, it's so bad. Farron Keep is literally my least favorite of all the poison areas I have been in the Souls games. That's not me trying to be controversial. That's just genuinely how I feel about that. I would rather go through Blighttown. I would rather go through Blighttown to go kill Quelaag 3 times than go through Farron Keep 1 time. Dude, look at my health. I'm just misplaying so bad. My bad, bro. Hello, thy mother. Okay, we'll do all bosses, chat. You're gonna hear me complain about it. No, I don't want to be negative about it. I actually, when people are like overly negative about like game I'm playing, it's like if I'm playing a game with someone and then it's just like overly... My bad. It's honestly not enjoyable, but like it's hard. It's hard in this game to not. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe that's just me. Toasty waffles. There's 1 drip left. Chug juice. Thank you. Also, welcome, Toasty. Guess who's back again? Welcome back. How you doing? How was the shower? Smell better? Yeah, if you go straight to Spider Lady, Blighttown's genuinely not bad. Even the top part of Blighttown, which is realistically the top part of Blighttown will only ever happen to you on a first playthrough. And it's not too bad. It's bad from the sense... I can't open that. It's bad from the sense that it's your first playthrough, so it's hard, but... Beyond that, like, if you know what you're doing, you can get through that whole area, even including the top, very quickly. And you can pretty much just straight up bypass Blighttown. You can't bypass Farron Keep. Farron Keep is a required area, and it's filled with items that on most builds you're gonna want, you know? Because it has stuff for every single build. it kind of feels like they didn't have items placed there at first, but they were like, hey, we have a bunch of other items that we need to add to the game. What do we do? It was like, just put them all in the swamp, man. It's like, the swamp? Swamp players hate that? It's like, yeah, they probably will. But go through with it anyway. I don't know, yeah. And then you've got Fair and Keep, which sucks. The Catacombs are okay. They're not my favorite, but they're okay. The Irithil, or the Cathedral is alright. I wouldn't, like, choose to go there. But it's sort of on par with, like, Tomb of the Giants, where it's like, yeah, it's not that bad, but, like, I'd rather not be there, but, like, it's not that bad. That's a shard, thank you. I think, don't we have 2 on us right now? Yeah, we're loaded. We're strapped. And then that's a dead end. The snow DLC in this game, like, it's got decent length. But also the length is because it forces you to go everywhere because you have to spend the whole DLC pretty much just looking for a lever to open the main door to the cathedral. And I feel like even that DLC has some backtracking. But I don't particularly like that area. I prefer the painted world of Ariamis in terms of enjoyment. Even though the painted world is a little rough, it's got some pretty annoying enemies. Like, I don't know. There's something about it that's still, like, enjoyable. I don't know, man. I just feel like the areas in this game kind of blow. Hello, Rokars. I'm enjoying it, but that's all because my opinions on the game are vindicated after 2 years of everyone telling me Dark Souls 3 was peak. Oh, you're enjoying the complaining. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, you did have the Rusted Iron Ring, which, according to the completionist on that Game Theory crossover Deadlocked episode, according to him, it is BS because that is a required ring. The most essential ring in the game is hidden in a side area. I wish I was making that up, but he truly argued that the Rusted Iron Ring was a necessary ring for game's completion, and used Blighttown as an example, which, for anyone that doesn't know, Blighttown... The swamp is the, like, least of the issue with Blighttown. I might die here. Yeah, I tried to roll. It takes maybe 45 seconds to walk from the bonfire to Quelo. It's just annoying to be slowed down. Also, Toasty with a 15 stream streak over 2 weeks. That's crazy. Thank you for being here all the time. I do appreciate you. Now, I will say with DS1, it has the Tomb of the Giants, which for me, I'm not a huge fan of. But it's not the worst. It's got Lost Izalith, which is pretty bad. But Lost Izalith, honestly, isn't that bad either. It's just like a long area, but it's really just running... I mean, it depends. I guess if you're clearing, we'll assume that you're full clearing. Okay, in that case, then the Duke's Archives kind of blows, and the Lost Izalith kind of blows, and the Tomb of the Giants kind of blows. But at least the Tomb of the Giants is like, oh, well, I guess this is interesting because I've never seen this be done before. But other than that, it's, you know, it's not particularly enjoyable. Bruh, dumb lizard. Look like a lizard. Ooh, Titanite chunk. That's what we need, actually. Alright. Maybe we just won't kill this guy. That's kind of insane to me that the giant that should have really slow moves can hit me before my ass does. Alright, move down here. Pickaxe, does that give stamina regen in this game? Lava part of Lost Izalith is really bad, but leading up to it is actually pretty cool. You know, I don't fully agree, but I'm realizing right now, the reason I'm talking so, because I'm realizing that I've seen a lot of people say, like, the run-up to Bed of Chaos is really bad. But I never knew why, because it's not bad. But I wonder how many people don't know about the bonfire. Because if you didn't know about that bonfire at the wall, it would be a horrible, horrible run-up. But if you know about the bonfire that's hidden, like, 30 seconds away from the Bed of Chaos's arena, like, it's not a bad run-up at all, and you don't have to interact with any enemies. Hydrate. Do you need me to go get water, Toasty? I'm sorry, I don't have water right now. I drank all my G-subs, bro. But if you want me to get water to honor your hydrate, I can do that. Okay, I can suck it up. Yeah, DS2 is the only game that ganks, by the way. Never mind the fact that I physically could not have hit any of these guys before they came out, and then I got hit with 5 of them at a time. At the same time, you're going to be opening up a chest, which is a mimic, actually. So, just so you know. But luckily, only Dark Souls 2 has ganks. You guys go get some? Alright. Okay. Hold on. It's kind of strategic, because we'll make the enemies stop. Alright, let me go get water. I'll be right back. Goat, no. Goat, why is everyone getting timed out right now? What's going on? Okay, hydrate. There was a big sip for you. It's kind of funny, because I went into Dark Souls 2 thinking I was going to complain way more. Stop timing everyone out. You're about to get banned right now. You're about to lose mod privileges, okay, buddy? I went into DS2 thinking I was going to complain way more, and then I went into DS3 thinking I was going to complain, like, way less. And, yeah. Well, don't do it. If they say, hey, cut off both of my legs and arms, don't do it, buddy. I know they asked for it. You know, when I was a kid, one of my my neighbors got like a big puffy jacket. He was younger than me, but he got like a big puffy jacket. He was like, dude, hit me as hard as you can at the stomach. Hit me as hard as you can in the stomach. It won't hurt with this jacket on. It's like, are you sure? He was like, yeah, hit me as hard as you can. So I hit him at like 50% power and he collapsed to the ground. And it was the one time in my life that I was able to say, you literally asked for it. And it's a core memory. It's like a core childhood memory there. Yeah, only Dark Souls 2 has ganks. Never mind the 5 babies here. Only Dark Souls 2 has ganks. Never mind the 9 jailers down in this room. But thankfully, only Dark Souls 2 has ganks. And then also they throw a mimic here too. Luckily. Alright, there's no enemies here. Looks totally safe. I'm just save quitting. Screw this. You are losing your limbs though, because the thing is, when you get timed out for 60 seconds, I feel it in here. I feel it in here. Wow, and that's crazy too. Croat got a longer sentence than asked for. Yeah, you are abusing your privileges, Moonblade. You are abusing, bro. Chat, bro's an abuser. Does that guy drop anything? I don't know. Okay. My bad. I played bad. Chat, I don't... There are people out there who are like, bro, Dark Souls 3 is the only Souls game I like. I didn't... Or no. That connects to the other one. Where's Carla? I will kill Carla. Okay, that door's open. I mean, we got a shortcut at least. No, but I went... Like, I wasn't honestly excited to play this game like a super ton when I was just like thinking about it after playing the other games. But I was like, I'm still gonna have like a great time because like DS3 is still a really fun game. But like genuinely, I'm playing it and I'm like, dude, I gotta do all bosses on this? That's actually a good point, Moonblade. I know, gets 1 ounce of power and everyone just gets permanently banned. Look at my stamina bar, by the way, and my FP bar in comparison to my actually useful bars. I don't remember what this Mimic drops. It's probably not worth it, but we have to for the lore. The lore of saying that we... Nah, never mind. We don't need it. We actually don't need it. It cannot be that good. Hold on, this is fire? This is, what, an armor set or something? No, it's an ember. Look at my health, my bad. Dude, my bad. My bad that I have 1 HP. That's my bad. My bad. They looked at me, so that's actually my bad, chat. Sorry. Oh my gosh! Get out of here, bro! Like, the combat's fun. Maybe if this game, if it was like Dark Souls, I mean, the combat's kind of worse than the other games, but if like this combat was in like Dark Souls 1, like I think that'd be fun. It'd be a fun game. 5 out of 19 base game bosses are optional. Really? So, I wonder if that's... Wait, really? Dude. Because that's crazy, because that would further explain why every playthrough of this game feels the same. So maybe it's, I don't know, that could be part of it. Maybe like a lot of DS3 players are like, they just give it, they like played through it once and they're like, oh, this was my favorite of the playthroughs, which would be fair. I mean, my first playthrough, I really liked this game. Well, actually, no, I didn't. My second playthrough, I really liked this game. Hey, we got the best emote though. Let's go upgrade our Estus more. Don't remember where exactly, but Alba armor is in their room. Maybe that's in the Mimic. Where Abra's home, so Mimics are your friend. Does it work that way? Watch Jacksepticeye play Bloodborne a few years back, and I used to watch this guy all the time as a kid, but stopped watching for a while. But then, when I heard what he had to say about DS2 during his Bloodborne playthrough, I was like, yeah, I'm glad I unsubbed. Oh no. What did he say? I never watched him in the first place, so like... it can't be ruined for me, you know? No, and I'm getting like slander recommended to YouTube of like clips of big streamers saying why they don't like DS2, and I'm like, bro, don't even send me this right now. I don't need this. I don't need this kind of negativity.
Oh, if the 20.
He dies right now if I send him, because no Katarina, I think. Okay, and then Bone Shard, I think we just have 1. Curse, Rotten Great, Wood, Old Demon King, wait, really? Osiris is optional? Champion, Gundyr, Wyvern, and Nameless King. So that's 6, not 5. Okay. Well, there you go. There's at least 6. Also, I'm just straight up not going to even go over to the section where you'd save Sigurd, because I don't think we need anything there. I think let's just rush to Yorm. I don't want to go down and kill the old Demon King. I think if we go down there, like, we're literally just not gonna touch Lost Izalith at all. No, it's funny because this game has so few areas, and the areas that it does have, I'd rather just pass. I'd rather just not do. What the frick? He said, and I quote, no. I don't even want to read that, bro. Hold on. Hey, at least with the dungeon, once you're at this point, it's just, I can straight line it here. I know there's a mimic, but I don't know if it drops. DS2 spits in the face of everything Miyazaki did with Dark Souls 1, which is patently false on every possible account because Miyazaki likes Dark Souls 2 and brought the director of DS2 onto every subsequent Souls game. And a lot of people are like, bro, he didn't even work on this game, bro. Like, if Miyazaki knew what happened, he was still the, like, I'm not doing fists only for this guy, by the way. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you call me. We're not doing it. But he was a director on the game. He saw everything they did with the game, and he allowed everything they did with the game. So it's like, I'm not gonna have enough FP to kill him. Well, that might be unfortunate. Or at least not to kill him the intended way. Oh, this is another gimmick fight, by the way. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, because I forgot. Chat, can't beat the gimmick fight. Does that make us cook? Am I crazy? Wait, am I stupid right now? Doesn't it do a big overhead swing? Do you have to, like, charge it for longer? And I'm just forgetting about that? Yeah, you do. Okay.
Yeah, Dark Souls.
What a fun fight, huh? Yeah, no, I don't think they realize that Miyazaki does like it. And then also, I've heard people be like, Miyazaki doesn't just make hard games, he makes good games and whatnot. So he would have never agreed to play Dark Souls 2. But then there's like multiple quotes of Miyazaki like insinuating that he wants to make a really hard game. It's like, dude. Why does Yorm not do damage? Welcome back, Bendu. I hope you enjoyed your Jolts video.
Chat, this boss is so fire, bro.
Honestly, this could have been a really cool fight. And then they were like, nah, use Stormroller. And the worst part of this fight isn't necessarily that you use Stormroller. Okay. It's not necessarily that you use Stormroller. It's the fact that if you don't use Stormroller, it takes so long. It is a truly horrific experience if you don't use the Stormroller. You enjoyed vacuuming? Hey, good.
Cinders of a Lord. The Cinders of a Lord.
Also, I like how they don't let you rest at the bonfire first. That's very cool. So we'll just homeward bone back. But now we know where to go. So now we could do that or the DLC or Old Demon King. I guess we'll do Old Demon King. I guess.
Well, very well then.
I kind of want to just hit 40. Let's just go for 40.
Farewell, Agni.
Stormroller is stolen from Demon Souls. I didn't actually know that.
Grabbing.
I will say, though, there are some pretty cool armor sets in this game. And armor was done pretty well. You know what? Okay. Here's one thing. Aside from poise, this game actually did armor well. That is something that I will give this game. As where I think Dark Souls 2 did armor the worst in the entirety of the series. You could argue that it spit in the face of everything that Miyazaki worked on. Or whatever he said. Catalin Barros, thank you so much for the follow. I genuinely appreciate that. I hope you are enjoying stream. So we can go there, go to the Old Demon King, or go to the Dancer. I guess we'll go to the Old Demon King, but I really kind of don't want to. Hello. The good news is we'll be pretty powerful for this. We're a little bit over-leveled. I'm not going to worry about Horus, or whatever his name is, because Henri's already dead. I don't care about any of the spells or anything down in there. There's some Pyromancy Tomes, but I don't need those. I don't even need these large Titanite, really, but... My bad. I'll grab them, though. Never know when the claws. I know, this game is very, 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 very close to being a decade old. I'm pretty sure its birthday is in... I think its birthday is in April, right? Nah, and then this MF, bro. For every streamer I come across regarding the Soul streams, or regarding the Soul streamers, okay, I'm ready for this. Isn't Miyazaki canonically evil? He might be. Favorite FromSoft game and why? It's very close between the top 3, and then the rest are significantly lower. So it really, really depends on the day, and I've started even changing it a bit more. So, sorry, it's kind of loud here. I'm going to have to deal with that. So for the longest time, it was always a toss-up between either DS1 or Sekiro, depending on the day. DS1 is just so good in so many ways, but it comes with some pretty significant downsides as well. For one, it is a very, very short game. You can, like, we had just replayed it recently, and I know I was using a good build, but we beat it in 6.5 hours doing all bosses, and then I think it was the next day or maybe the day after, I was like, I'm going to do a Pyromancy only playthrough, so like a challenge run, and that was 5.5 hours. And so it's really short, and after ONS, which people say is at the halfway point, definitely not the halfway point, that's like 2/3 of the way through the game, it really, really falls off, and the DLC, while it is great, that DLC, if you were able to one-shot the bosses, that DLC could be completed in like 10 minutes, you know? Hello, Dark Pebbles. But the world building is so good, the gameplay is so good, and it's kind of like Elden Ring in the sense that you can really do anything at any point, you know? So if you want to go get a plus 15 Great Hammer before ever touching Taurus Demon, you can do that. Or if you want it to be more of like a fair fight, you know? Let's go pick up the Shield of Wand. If you want it to be like a bit more of a fair fight, you can just not go... Because like you have to go so far out of your way to get that it feels rewarding to do, but you don't have to do it, right? Did I already pick up the Shield of Wand? There it is. Now I'm going to have to swap 2 items every boss fight. Yay, yippee. Should have just kept it with the Seldora ropes, chat. But yeah, I don't know. DS1 has always been the one that I would consider favorite. Along with Sekiro, depending on the day, because Sekiro is the only game in the series where I can play through using just the one weapon and just the one armor set, and then the moment I'm done, I'm like, I want to do that again because it was so fun. With Dark Souls, you know, it's like, I play through with a strength build, and then I'm like, that was really fun, let me try Dex, right? And then I play through with a Dex build, and then I'm like, let me try a Miracle build. And then I play through with the Miracle build, and I'm like, let me try the Sorcerer build. And, you know, or it's like, do a different challenge run. Like, for this one, we're doing Fist only right now, as just like a little pseudo challenge run. Mine is Stormruler. I'm not like too picky about it. But there's always like something adapting or different about it, right? But with Sekiro, that's the only game where you could just have me play the exact same path all the way through, and I would still be happy to replay it because the combat is just that good, right? It is so great. I love it. I love it so much, right? But, you know, I'm not always in the mood for Sekiro, in the same way that I'm not always in the mood for Souls. However, recently I've really been thinking about it, and I think it might be a 3-way tie between DS1, Sekiro, and DS2. DS2, I've always loved DS2, but in recent replays of the game, I'm like, this literally might be contender for my favorite. You ever pee in a cup? Many times. But not for the doctor or anything. I will say I haven't played Bloodborne yet, so I don't know about that. That's the only one that I haven't played. I've played all the others extensively. I've 100%ed Sekiro and DS1. I'm so close to 100%ing DS2. And I have about 700 hours in each of the baseline games, then like a little under 200 in Sekiro, and then I 100%ed Elden Ring. And I have a decent amount of time in Night Rain. So I partially played Demon Souls, but Demon Souls I haven't completed, so I can't really speak on that. And I've never played Bloodborne ever in my life. Not even for like 10 minutes. So I can't speak on that one either, but I hear really, really great things about it. So I could see it being really enjoyable. And like the thing is, I know that Dark Souls 3 is based off of Bloodborne's engine, where they kind of try to recapitalize on the success of it. And there's so much about DS3 that it's like, it doesn't feel like it works, you know? We were talking about this earlier. So much stuff in DS3 feels like it was just done better in other games. Like there's very few aspects about DS3 that I think are like actually the best in the series. But anyway, point is, I know that Bloodborne is a significantly more aggressive game where it rewards aggressive play, as where this is a Souls game that tried to be Bloodborne. And so it feels odd, and it creates some issues, you know? If it'll let you post a clip in chat, yes, you can show a clip. The only thing that I it's crazy because with Sekiro, I love it so much, but it's not a perfect game. It is in no way a perfect game. I don't know many people that like the game more than me, but man, it's got some issues. The fact that very early on in the game, like the first big enemy you have to fight is the ogre, and the ogre teaches you to start dodging and jumping, as where in Sekiro, that's what you don't want to do, and it's really counterintuitive. And then right after Gyobu, you have to fight the Blazing Bull, which the entire game is based around perfect parries, and yet you take chip damage, even if you perfectly parry. And that's really bad too. And then there's the Demon of Hatred, which I don't hate, but I really honestly wish there was some way that the game would just say like, hey, this is a Dark Souls boss. Fight it like Dark Souls, don't fight it like Sekiro. Because if you fight it like every other boss, it's horrible. It's a horrible experience. If you fight it thinking of it as it's a Dark Souls boss, then it's no problem at all. And then I also don't like the fact that almost every boss can be cheesed just by dead angling them. That does take the fun out, so I just never do that, because I think that's very boring. Yeah, I can pick this up. And here, it's a 4-minute video, so I won't watch the whole video. But have I seen this before? Ishin, if you guys want to watch it, you can click on that link too. Ishin's really interesting because like he's literally so impossible to beat. It took me 4 hours on my first try, and yet I don't know if I've ever felt that much satisfaction after killing a boss in any of the FromSoft games. Because every other game is like with Elden Ring especially, it's like, dude, my build sucks, right? I need a new build. I need more points in something. I need a better weapon. I need etc. Sekiro is just like, I need to be a better person. But man, the gameplay is just so good. Just watching it is so good. There is truly few things in life better than playing Sekiro. And every boss is just so well designed. Most every boss. They're very well telegraphed, and yet it's very reactionary. It's like if they actually perfected like the Elden Ring combat, but then instead of rolling, you parried. I love it so much. I love it so much. I'm closing it down, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to say. So I would say in my current state of life, it would be a tie between DS1, 2, and Sekiro. Is it a bad first Souls game? Sekiro would... no. Actually, I've heard that if Sekiro is like the first of the Souls games you play, even though it's not a Souls game, really, but if it's the first of the FromSoft lineup that you play, it'll actually be easier, because when you play all of the other Souls games, it trains your brain to work a certain way, and Sekiro is totally different. So Sekiro was maybe the hardest of the games I ever played, because I was just so used to Souls. Though I will say, I bet. Though I will say that Sekiro, other than a few specific enemies, it never feels like BS. Because with Elden Ring, right, there's a lot of bosses where it's like, look how hard this boss is. Look, guys, we made the hardest boss ever. But it's not like... Can I roll forward through that? Hold on. But it's not like fun difficult. It's just like, wow, that felt kind of BS. And, okay, that hitbox was a little BS. What is it, Dark Souls 2? But there are a few exceptions in Sekiro, but almost every time that you die in Sekiro, it's to a totally fair attack that you just weren't good at fighting. I would say the best first Souls games are either DS1 or 3. As many problems as I have with DS3, most of the problems come from the replay experience. There are some that are just like baseline. For instance, this camera angle. There are a few things in this game that are just like baseline I don't think are good. But the vast majority of things that I have problems with in this game are having to do with subsequent playthroughs. And most people that I know really love this game on their first playthrough. The only reason I didn't is because I went from the other Souls games to this one. And I didn't like the changes they made because I feel like they made it less of a Souls game. And more of just like a kill boss game. I say, after putting like 60 hours into Night Rain recently. I don't know what the lore is. I'm sure it's somehow connected to DS1 because everything in this game is like, remember Dark Souls? Hey, you know Dark Souls? And it's like, yeah, we know Dark Souls, man. Yeah, we know. We played that game. We played it like a decade ago, actually. They're like, no, but Dark Souls though. Look, Andre Dark Souls? It's like, yeah, Andre Dark Souls. We know Andre Dark Souls. Yeah, I mean, Trog, if you're not sure on any of the games, I would just wait for a sale. Although I could be wrong. I don't think Dark Souls Remastered goes on sale very often. So glad you're timed out in Twitch chat, because I'd go off about Sekiro not being a Souls-like. Are you still timed out? Why are you still timed out? What did you get hit with? What the heck did you do? I don't know. That was recent. Okay.
Welcome home.
See, and here's where me and Crow would disagree. In any sense of the word, is definitely a little aggressive on whether or not it's a Souls-like. It follows most of the same formula of a Souls game, with the biggest differences being when you die, you don't leave behind a bloodstain that you can go pick up, and instead you lose varying amounts of your sen. And then the other aspect is that you don't really get to build your character necessarily. You don't get to like choose your armor sets or whatnot. But in every other sense of in every other sense of a Soulsborne, it does follow everything else. Okay, well, I guess we go to the dancer now, because that's literally the only thing we can go to. So, it's pretty cool. Thank you, game, for being so linear. Yeah, no, Ishin is definitely one of the best fights in any games. Although, honestly, why can't I think of his name? On top of the castle, when he's on his lightning mode boss fight. That might be my favorite fight in all of Sekiro. Why can I not think of his name? You know the guy, though. When you have your second fight with him and he's got his lightning and everything, it's so good. That might be my favorite fight in all of Sekiro. Twitch is for stinkies? Well, you know. But yeah, I would never catch Cursory Cultist there, that's for sure. Steel Enthusiast, though, I might. You ever eat lettuce by the head? No, not typically. No, but like, let's say that Resident Evil had a genre, right, Crow? Even though Dead Space is very different in a lot of ways and focuses much less on the puzzle aspect and has very different mechanics and has like a whole upgrade system and everything, I would classify it in the same genre as Resident Evil-like. Like, if there was such thing as, oh, it's a Resident Evil-like game, I would classify Dead Space within that, even though it's different. And the thing with Sekiro is, it is extremely similar. It just doesn't have the, like, pick-your-own build, which you could almost argue with Night Ring. And then on top of that, you instead lose a certain amount of souls or get saved of losing your souls. And so it's just different versions of the game. So like if in DS3 you didn't drop souls on death, would it no longer be a Souls game? Yes, Ganitro, thank you. All right.
Prince Lothric is in your hands. Please save his
Last of its kind, aside from Demon Prince, and with the Bed of Chaos destroyed, the ODK is left to wither due to old age until we come along, yeah, and absolutely smoke him.
Oh, you must do something that I skipped.
I mean, you already know my thoughts on a crow. Like, I see where you're coming from, I just disagree. I will say, though, I do really like the Dancer as a fight. I just don't like that anytime it's like, dude, this game's so linear, they're like, you can kill the Dancer early. It's like, dude, you're gonna get one-shot by every attack the Dancer has. They do have the Dancer as well in Night Rain, and it's quite a fun fight. It is such a shame, though, that the Dancer's blades are like the worst weapon in all of Souls, dude. It's so sad. In this game, I don't know what it is. Dark Souls 2 is like boss weapons are just the goated weapons. Half of them are like the best in the game. Dark Souls 1 are like, they're kind of niche, but they tend to be pretty good. And DS3 is like, these things freaking blow, dude. But half the time, there's not even a point in using the soul itself, because they'll be like, oh, here's 15,000 souls for the last boss in the game. It's like, oh, okay. Wait. We just power through it. We just power through it. Nice. Why did they offset the bonfire? Catacombs versus Farron first, yeah. And then, yeah, true. And then when you do Yorm, except the thing is, like, you can just do Yorm whenever because you just need the Storm Roller. And you, I guess Irithyll Dungeon itself is going to be hard, but once you're past the dungeon section, then it's just a straight line pretty much to Yorma, and then you can just kill him early. Yeah, that's that guy from Night Rain, bro.
Works very than him.
This is soft capped, right? Probably. More endurance. And then... You know what we never got? We never got the well key. I'm trying to think, though. Oh, wait. That's only 1,500. I was thinking of the tower key earlier. This gets me a different ending and the Firekeeper set, I think. Which is pretty fashion. Hold on. That is kind of fashion Souls. Yo, we get the Dancer's armor, though. I actually love the Dancer's armor. This game has good armor variety. Here, chat. We've got the souls for it. We're doing a cosplay. Oh no, we're fat rolling. Can we make that not? Nah, there's no way. That's a bummer, chat. Okay, what's down in the well? There's Titanite Lizard, which I don't need anymore. I should have gotten that earlier. There's the lady to save, but I don't care because I'm not doing miracles. I think that's useless. I think that's all useless. Just go over here. You know this game's on Dark Souls, right? Yeah, no, Yorm I feel is a little bit of missed potential. Because it could have been a really cool boss fight, but then they're like, here, you get a weapon to kill him really easily. It's like, oh, okay, well, what if I don't kill him with that? And it's like, well, then he's incredibly dead. Don't even try. Just don't even try. He's gonna have a bit of health. And you're like, okay. Okay, and now I'm kind of bummed because I was able to skip everything, but now I gotta lock in because I need Titanite chunks, and they have those here. So I just don't remember where. Hey, good news is I have a fire weapon, so all of the slug guy type dudes will get stun locked. Would you do a playthrough with Sekiro Resurrection? I have not seen that mod. I don't normally play modded on pretty much any game. I don't know what it is, but I don't know. Something about playing modded in games I'm just not a fan of. But I'm not opposed to it. I would never say never to that. Okay. Yeah, okay. We gotta actually collect things. This guy's gonna start screaming. Can I keep him in an infinite lock? No. I think if poise, because poise works in this game, but if poise worked in the same way that it works in the other games, then this game would probably be my favorite armor system. Because it's actually, I feel like armor is actually a little more impactful in this game than Elden Ring most of the time. I know. And StarMade, honestly, it's not even true, bro. It's not even true. Chad, if you unironically think Dark Souls 2 has the worst hitboxes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Now you can make an argument though for the fact that there's so many like lingering hitboxes, and that's totally fair. But the actual hitboxes themselves are very clean, very clean. We can get what the ninja armor here. We get like bright blue hair and a headband. Okay, claw. Wait, that's actually usable on our fist only. Hold on. Except we're not going to because I'm not going to respect your decks, but just saying we could. Or I could use a heavy gem on it. You know what's another lame thing about this game, chat? Oh, dude. Everything about this game. No offense. But another lame thing about this game is in the other Souls games, it's like, oh, I can pick up a weapon and it scales well with dexterity. Or it scales well with strength. But it's so rare in this game to find anything that has an innate B scaling because of the like heavy gem and sharp gem and refined gem. So this is primarily a strength weapon. It has a C scaling. This is definitively a dex weapon. In all the other games, the claws have like really high scaling. It's a C in this game. The bow and arrows are D scaling in it. The only thing that's not is the catalyst. But like the whip, the notched whip has a D scaling. The sides have a D scale or a C scaling. It's so bad in this game, man. And I get why, because it's like, well, it would be too powerful if you could then put a heavy gem on or whatever. But like, I would much rather have it be that like my weapon, especially in a Souls game, I would much rather have it be that my weapon can get a little too powerful, but I don't have to use the gem on it, versus being forced into using certain upgrades on it. And then on top of that, dude, and then on top of that, like the way that in Dark Souls 2, they let you do anything. Dark Souls 2, it's like, I have a boss weapon, and this boss weapon happens to do fire. I'm going to go to McDuff's, and I'm going to infuse it with more fire, and then I'm going to use a pine resin. Actually, I think resin specifically might not work on boss items. But then in this game, if something's infused, you cannot buff it under any other circumstances. And if you have it be fire, that means you don't have it be sharp and you don't have it be whatever, sharp or heavy or... Why can I not think of the other one? I just said it earlier. And I don't know. I feel like there's less freedom of expression in this game, dude. Kind of like the Cinders mod or Elden Ring Reforged. I had just heard about the Reforged mod. I had no clue about that one. The Irothel dogs do have the worst hitboxes ever. And along with that, they have steppy stomps, where if they so much as step on you, it'll hit you. If you dodge the mouth, but get hit by any moving part of their body during their dash attack, you will take half of your HP. I don't know, bro. I don't know if I'm bad or if it's a long game, but I've been on Bloodborne for a while. It's the hardest of the games, chat. Is this true? I mean, obviously it'll be subjective, but I don't know what it is. I've just like I feel like I've never really been that excited to try Bloodborne. Oh, Gamba, everybody all in your channel points. If you have any channel points, throw them in. The most you could lose is 100%. The most you could gain is 1,200,000%, you know? Demon Souls has the worst hitboxes. I'm excited. See, at least with that, it's like, it gets the benefit of like, yeah, it's an old game, you know? I shouldn't have done that. I was thinking this was the other elevator. Infusible and buffable innate damage items were so cool. Dark Cryptic Black Sword. Yeah, but nowadays they're like, nope. And in fact, if you have an innate weapon, like Henri's Straight Sword, you just straight up can't even infuse that differently, can you? Bro, freedom of speech is gone in this game, man. Dragon Scale Ring is... That's not... Yeah, reduce damage from backstabs. I like how in DS2 it's like, reduce all damage from the back. Because you've got a guy just hanging on. In this game, they're like, yeah, you take less backstab damage. Like, oh, how often am I getting backstabbed, though? Okay, well, let's go for Osiris, playing with his Rubik's Cube. Okay. Thank you for believing in me, but I might throw. Favorite boss in all games? I don't know. I couldn't do in all... I couldn't do, like, of all time. I would say in DS1, it's... Maybe Maybe, I don't know, maybe Manus or Artorias, or... I don't know. There's honestly a lot of bosses that I really like, but I kind of like the simpler bosses sometimes. In DS2, probably Smelter Demon. Smelter Demon or Fume Knight. Dark Souls 3, Champion Gundyr. Gundyr? How do you say it? There's people... Oh, sorry. This was 4 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. I didn't even see this. Was people selling their art a big enough issue for you to say it as a separate thing in the rules tab of your Discord? Yes. Yes, it was. There are so many people that come in that try to sell art, and I don't know if it's a bot account or just like someone trying to sell, but either way, it's a little rough. So yeah, we did have to very much specify that, and it actually slowed down after that. I don't know if that was just coincidence or what. No, that was next level, chat. I just watched the shadow in the water. Okay. To decide when to roll, I was looking at his shadow. Bro thinks he's Seath? Like what?
What could you possibly fear? No. Show yourself, Ocelot.
Bro's talking more than a Borderlands 3 enemy. Oh my goodness. I just looked at our damage for the first time. It's looking a little bit... It's looking. Certainly a looker. I hardly know her. First time I ever fought this guy, I was stuck for so long. He was, the hardest boss of all time. #1 map of all time, Kino Dakota. Bro's baby is crying, dude.
The baby under control.
Wait, didn't he already kill his baby, though? Does he absorb the power? Because he absorbs the power of Ocelot. So, does that make it so he now cries like a baby? Chat, this is the very rare, like, dragon boss actually being kind of fun. But it's because he's not a normal dragon and doesn't fly and barely uses any breath attacks. Okay. Chat, this Armor of Thorns is just really putting in heavy work. Low genuinely, like, putting in heavy work. Okay. But really attempted to roll there. Maybe we should heal up.
Oh, we should definitely heal up.
I don't want to, like, throw last second, but I feel like I am. Chat, a Costco hot dog would be so freaking good right now. Alright, fire, chat. Yeah, bros, just let him hang gas. I mean, it is what it is. Can you... Oh, jeez. Can you blame him? No. We've all been there. Okay. Doubters are in frickin' shambles. Weren't you a doubter? Oh, chat. You thought, oh, he can't even beat Pontiff. No way he's gonna beat Osiros. Choose outcome. Oh, baby. Osiros deathless. Yes, because there was no death. So, yes, deathless. Complete the prediction. Let's see. 15k to day old and 3 others. You guys are absolute haters. GG. And now we go kill Udex Gundyr, but the better version.
Well,
A Costco hot dog, that's a name I ain't heard in ages.
farewell, Ashen One. Me.
Let's see, what is the... That's got 16. Is there any, like, chest piece that has more than 16? Exile armor, but that's so much heavier.
Ashen One.
Okay, I also got more chunks, so I might be able to do this. See, I just feel like most of the time in this game, like, a fully upgraded random weapon is better than a fully upgraded boss weapon. Am I wrong? Next, Gamba up. Gundyr Deathless. This one frightens me a little bit. Actually, wait. What's our dexterity? I think we have 14 dex. We have 11 dex. Okay. How much does the buckler take? Because if the buckler doesn't take much, I'm going to use that. 13. I mean, we'll buy it, but we can't use it. And then Nociros, I don't remember what his boss items are. Probably because they're that bad. The Pimp Cane and the Shock Mace. Okay, so White Crystal Dragon Breath. I do like Life on Scythe, even if it's not that good. And then, oh right, Moonlight Greatsword. Well, that's definitely not going to be useful to us, so we can pop that. We could get the Yorm Great Shield. Hold on. You never know, chat. You never know when we'll want that. And then Soul of Osiris. Let's see how much he gets us. I genuinely don't know. If it's not at least 20k, I'm up. 12k. Okay, late game boss, 12k souls. Yeah, that makes sense. You have to give up your chance of ever getting his weapon or his sorcery, but don't worry, you get 12k, which means I don't have enough to level up. Very awesome. Thank you, game. Kirkhammer?
Well, very well then.
Wait, we get 40 strength and we hit Yorm Greathammer with a fist weapon. Is that crazy? What do you think is the best Night Rain final boss? I beat 5 so far, and I think the Gaping Jaw... Yeah, I would agree, because Gaping Jaw is the only one that doesn't run every time you hit him. He still runs, but he's the only one that doesn't run every single time you hit him. I feel like he's very fair. He doesn't have many attacks, and I'm like, that was very stupid. And yeah, and the fact that it's like just poison him, and you can get poison as a bonus status on other things, as where if you end up going into like the pestilent or the pest boss fight, right? The butterfly without a fire weapon, bro, you're cooked. It's like there's no shot. My bad, bro. Oh, is this how we access Arc Dragon? I do not remember. Bro has the parrying dagger. What? Yeah, okay. So that's where we get Path of the Dragon, and then we can do that, and then we talk to the Hawkwood or whatever, and he's like, Hawktua, and then he's all pissed off because we're a dragon and whatnot, and he doesn't like us being a dragon because he's racist or something, and then so on and so forth. Yeah, Stray Demon worth 20k, and then Osiros endgame boss, make his soul worth 12k, and you have to give up the Moonlight Greatsword, like one of the most iconic weapons in Souls. Where do you get the normal Estus ring? I do not remember. I don't really want it, but also, what's max Estus in this game? Is it 15, 14, or 15? Something like that. We can also get Titanite scales, which will be good. I don't know about you guys. I find myself going back to Firelink in this game way more often than DS2 Majula. Or maybe I just care about it more. I don't know. It feels more like a chore in this game. Oh, yes. Okay, we needed that one Titanite chunk. Rare Nostalgia Bait. DS2 Nostalgia Bait. Never before seen. But hey, they got Earthen Peak in the DLC, so that's pretty cool. Oh, okay, so that is up with the like Firelink set and whatnot. I'm sure I can bait one of them out, right? Well, is the bonfire in this area moved? Because like when you first play through the game, there's the bonfire on the cliffside. I don't recall. Is that still here, or did they make it so you have to run through this area every time? Did they add an artificial run up? That's what I'm asking here. Dang, 2 Titanite scales too? Okay, we might actually be able to max this thing out. I don't know. Normally I don't... Well, actually no. I was going to say normally I don't use boss weapons, so I don't know. But that's a blatant lie, because Vort's Great Hammer is genuinely my favorite weapon in the game. And I've used it on more playthroughs than anything else. Or maybe, I don't know. Either that or cases. These are my 2 favorite weapons in the game. I'm going to assume that there's not another bonfire. Vort's Great Hammer or Yurm Great Hammer? Vort's any day. Because Vort's Great Hammer has everything I want, okay? It's got insane poise damage in a game where a lot of things don't have poise damage, and the things that actually have poise have insane hyper armor. So, like, you gotta lock in. There's no way she sells a Dragon Scale, right? She didn't, like, find one somewhere. And then it's got good range, decent stamina consumption, considering it's a heavy weapon. Like, you can swing with it a good amount of times. A good moveset, very wide range. And it has Persevere. So you can literally pop it, get hyper armor and like 60% damage reduction, and then just start swinging. Just start swinging away. Chat, we're gonna get the Hornet Ring. Yay. Okay, can we just take a moment, okay, and think about the red Tearstone ring in this game? I forgot I needed 2 decks for the buckler. Can we just think about that? RTSR in Dark Souls 3 is so bad because you get it at the point in the game when you no longer would need it and when it would be worse to use it. It also barely gives a damage bonus in comparison to the other games. Oh, I did that on purpose. I knew I could escape right there. It barely gives a damage bonus in comparison to the other games. And you get it late game. And it's like the entire point of RTSR in the other games is that you get it early game. If you got RTSR in Dark Souls 1 after ONS, like, I sure the speedrun would use it, but like, well, but if it was also in an inconvenient location, I think they'd literally just skip it because it's not even in like a particularly good location in this game. Who is this, by the way? Alright. I mean, don't humiliate me like that. True challenges. If you know the reference, you know the reference. Alright. We're gonna go back. Last bonfire rested. I should have gone to the shrine because I have enough souls. How do you feel about turn-based RPGs? Are you base or chud? I think I'm a chud when it comes to turn-based RPGs. I'm not... I can't really get into them aside from the single greatest turn-based RPG of all time, Paper Mario. That's the one that I can get into, and I get into it, bro. But other ones, I've really tried Final Fantasy VII, and I intend to still try it, but I cannot. And then what other ones have I tried? I don't know. They're so forgettable. I don't even know. Okay, let's go kill this boss. I don't necessarily have like bad intentions with your daughter. No, I don't have like bad intentions towards turn-based RPGs. I just can't get into them. But like I've wanted to, but I don't know. I just can't. Fallout. I mean, the very little amount of Baldur's Gate that I played, I enjoyed, and that's turn-based. It's a little different turn-based, but is Mario and Rabbids Battle Kingdom count? I know you're thinking, dude, that's just XCOM, but with Mario and Rabbids. Yeah. Yeah, good point. Good one, Einstein. You figured it out. Oh, that was too much stamina usage. My bad. I'm used to Elden Ring. Sorry. No way I missed a parry on Gundyr, bro. Nobody does that. I might be the only streamer that's ever missed a parry on that guy. That's crazy. Yeah, you gotta do it so early in this game, dude. It's been a very long time since I fought this guy, just for the record. So if I do bad, that's why. My bad. Oh, no. Dude, nah, parrying in this game sucks. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry, chat. I would rather parry in DS2 any day of the entirety of the week. When do you parry, man? Nah, I'm getting cooked by Gundyr. Oh, yeah, there's points on the line. Hold on, lock in. Hey, the Thorn Armor, though. It's doing it. It's doing its job. Getting 1 damage in every time I roll. Okay. I like how they give you the Hornet Ring after the boss that you parry, by the way. Immediately after this, they're like, yeah, the player could use the Hornet Ring here. Like, thank you. Okay, partial parry, but we take it. Don't lock in. Why are you always voting against me? Really, I'm not that consistently bad. Oh boy, maybe I am. Okay. I'm a little confused what just happened there because I hyper armored right through that. Dude! I need to stop going for parries, I think. I'm starting to think it's not worth it. If I can't hit him, it's definitely not, weirdly enough. Shockwave attack, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, doubters are kinda just in shambles here. Ooh, sorry to be you guys. I'd be mad too if I voted against someone and then they proceeded to do well. But if there was no doubters, like, I don't think I'd lock in, you know? So thank you guys for doubting. We appreciate that. I'm telling you, it's just Pontiff, dude. It's just Pontiff. Black Knight Halberd, what happened to you? What happened to you? In this game, they're like, don't even call it the Halberd, bro. Let's disrespect it further. Dark Souls 2 was like, it's going to be a heavy nerf, and for some reason it's going to do fire, but it's still something. And then in this game, they're just like, dude, disrespect that MF. Get the Black Knight Halberd out my face, dude. You won once and then never gambled again. You gotta use your earnings to gain more earnings. I almost dropped everything. Sorry about that. My bad. Sorry if that scared you. Sorry if that got you out of the trance-like state, the flow state that you were in from watching my stream. Let me take a quick look at the predictions here. Let me just look at a summary. I just want to see who my... Oh, it was one doubter. One and only doubter. Angel Days with 5K. So enjoy your 5% uptick in margins, chat. There's no way you guys went all in, by the way. Yeah, there's kind of a red gamba from the start, TBH. Okay, so now we lock in, lock in. We lock in, lock in. Check this out. Hey, does someone want to look? I know you don't, but what is the soul gain difference between the Shield of Want, Symbol of Avarice, and Silver Serpent Ring? Because I'm going to take off the Serpent Ring, and I want to know, like, for comparison, what I should be going for. Oh, wait, but I went... Since I'm... I love what I have going on level-wise, but I might unspec. Dude, that's crazy. The Dark Clutch Ring gives me like 10 damage out of 10, a full 10% absorption difference. Prisoner's Chain, 3% more. What's the downside to this thing? I genuinely don't know, but let's go to Rosaria and let's respec, honestly. At the Cathedral, Rosaria's bedchamber. Not the first time I've been here. I'm at your mom's bedchamber right now. True. Good point, actually. It does, I mean, it kind of makes sense, but... Oh, no, it also kind of doesn't. Who's this guy? Please let me in. To the Covenant. Into the Covenant. Reallocate tributes. I forgot that with this game, they're like, you can only do it a max amount of times. In Dark Souls 2, there's like 18 soul vegetables. Here you go. And Dark Souls, this one, is like, yeah, we're going to cap you out, buddy. Okay. Then I need 13 dexterity, 1 more intelligence, and then I can use those remaining points to hit my soft cap there, and then more endurance. So now we're kind of locking in. I actually don't like how broken the Prisoner's Chain is. Like, in Elden Ring, they got the Radagon Scar Seal, and it's, like, actually impactful. But in this game, it doesn't matter, dude. Genuinely does not. Yeah, that's what this is, Gas. And we're kind of in a library. Did anyone look? What the frick? Why is this guy not letting me sit down, man? Grow up. Covenant Silver Serpent Ring is 10%. It's horrible. Whatever, we'll just Shrine Bonfire. Silver Serpent is 10%, 20%, 30%, and 35% at all stages. Symbol of Avarice is 50%, Shield of One is that. Okay, so if I can swap anything, I need it. Like, I'll do this if I have time, but I doubt it. So we're gonna go Symbol of Avarice and Shield of One every time.
Well,
Speak thine heart's desire.
Yo mama. Yo mama, my desire. Got him.
farewell, Ashen One.
I am the yeast of thoughts and minds.
Yeah, Champion Gundyr is a really good fight. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, old Dark Souls had bosses where it's like they have very well telegraphed attacks, and they do what they look like they're going to do. In Elden Ring, it'll be like a boss is charging for an overhead, and then they just hit you with a side swipe from the different hand. And it's like, this just feels like... It feels like you're trying to pull like a magic trick on me. Instead of making it feel like, oh, hey, this is a very epic fight where I used my wits to outsmart this guy. Instead, it feels like, oh, I just waited until frame 0 was remaining to do my stuff. Hey, man, calm down. Calm down, Buster. Okay, so Hornet Ring's over here. I think there's something over by the tower, like Uchikatana guy, but I don't remember what. Hey, man. See, Dark Souls 2 haters will be like, all the enemies follow you forever, bro. It's so lame. You have to actually engage with them and kill them. But then in this game, it's like, I can just run past literally everything. I'm pretty sure other than the bosses, you can full pacifist DS1 and 3. I mean, you could probably do it in DS2. It would just be really hard in DS2. Soul of a crestfallen knight. Is that like a brave warrior? Or actually, no, that's probably a hero. Soul of a hero equivalent. All right, Starmaid, enjoy your gym day. I hope it goes great. I hope you get your pump on. And I hope it all goes well for you. Thank you for being here. I genuinely do appreciate you very much. So thank you. I'll see you hopefully next stream. Hopefully, I think I'm streaming Thursday, chat. I think I am. But also, I'm kind of busy that day, so if I do, it's going to be like a shorter stream. Wait, even though I never saved the Miracle Girl, does... Yeah, her stuff's still here. Eyes of a Firekeeper. Wow, now you can get that ending. I don't care. But thanks for letting me know. Let me know, let me know. I always assumed you had to do their quest lines for this stuff to drop, but I guess that just happens. Hollow's Ashes, that dropped something. Hello, Lavia. I won't lie, Lavia. You came in, I'm actually very close ending stream right now. Just so you know. Hey, but we got the coiled sword fragments, so I guess that's kind of fire. Then this lady, what does she sell here? She like sells something, yeah, the Artorias armor. I guess that's kind of fire. I don't know. Okay. Well, then we can go back for free, and that's the entirety of that area complete. So literally the only thing we can do now is go through Lothar Castle or the DLC. I don't think I got any more upgrade materials. But with that, chat, unfortunately, like Lavia, you actually chose the absolute worst time to join. I am calling it there. We are we're past the 4-hour mark, which, you know, Tuesdays sort of what I go for. So I must say, I appreciate you all being here. Lavia, you'll be forced to watch the VOD. I'm so sorry. I know, VOD watcher, it's a horrible experience. But thank you all for being here. I genuinely appreciate you. Thank you for the subs, the follows, the everything. Thank you for the chats and the lurks. If you so much as just showed up and typed one thing into chat, even if your one thing into chat was telling me that I fell off, who was that guy? Even if it was new frowned. Oh wait, nor found? I don't know. Even if it was to tell me that I fell off, I appreciate you being in here. Thank you so much. If DS2 didn't have ADP, we'd probably stream for longer, but unfortunately we do. And low-key, guys, I think DS2 might unironically be slowly becoming my favorite Souls game. It is what it is. Ran out of life gems, and now the stream's going to end. And I have to pee really bad again. Chat, I think I got a kidney stone and apparently muscle dystrophy, according to Mr. Brilliant. So thank you for being here. Join the Discord if you'd like. I will see you all next time, probably Thursday morning, but it'll be a really short stream. And then And then I should be back Saturday. I think on Thursday we'll play this game more, and then Saturday we'll probably beat the game. Should beat everything. But we'll see. So thank you all so much for being here. I do appreciate you. And I can't tell you guys how much it means that, oh, Smub, very awkward time. You just have to watch the whole VOD, I guess. I can't tell you how much it means that you guys show up when I play non-Borderlands. That is very meaningful to me. Sonic Remake, I am literally ending stream right now. But hi, welcome. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you all for being here. I am headed out. I will see you all next time. And yeah. I'll see y'all. Goodbye.